You guys, we found a tech workaround. So I am here. I do not see court back in session yet. We made it, everybody. Emily, are you sweating? Yes. Yes, I am. Like the level of like me trying to fix my internet right now is just not ideal. But I think we've got it done. I rerouted things. I restarted, 15 minutes. I grabbed a stick of cheese. We're going to be good. Thank you, law nerds, for being back here. When we rejoin this trial this afternoon, we are rejoining Johnny Depp on redirect. Redirect means his attorneys are now giving context to everything that happened in cross-examination. That is the process of redirect. Court is not back in yet. We will get there when court is back in. Thank God that they're not back in yet. Like, we all need a minute. Emily, do you need to catch your breath? Yes. Were you running around fixing internet? Yes. But we're going to rejoin court when they come back in just a few minutes, hopefully. And I am going to roll the intro. I'm going to send out our new link for our new stream. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and share this with the friend that you want to talk about this with. Replay crew, love you. We will try to timestamp salient moments in this. And when it shows us, when we switch between different parts of the trial and when I get to questions. So with that, I'm going to roll the intro. Why? Because I need to catch my breath. That's why. And for all of our new friends, if today is your first time catching me live, go ahead and pop a 1 in the chat. Let's roll this. You guys ready for this afternoon? Court's running long today. We're running till 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. And I say, let's do this.
Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery.
We are doing the things. I'm going to try to get to some of your questions since court is not back yet. So we're just going to try to do all the things. I'm surprised court's not back. The court has been so on it, but they did start about a half an hour late today. And with that late start, I am not surprised that the judge wants to go a little bit longer in the day. And we are just seeing everybody walking back into court. I just sent a text to the text crew. Let's go to, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Don't do that. No, back to where we were. I wanted to turn on the audio. I always love seeing how people come in and out of court, who they're sitting with. We have the crew resuming. It looks like mostly the same group from this morning. I don't see anyone noticeable missing or not missing. So we will see what happens. We're going to see the bailiffs telling people what to do for sure. And I'm not surprised. The bailiffs should be telling people what to do. If there's any more laughing in court, the judge is going to have an issue. I wonder if she's talking scheduling with them or if this is substantive matters. This attorney is not the one directing the witness on the stand. So I wonder if something happened over lunch. Again, this is all me literally coming in here going, what could be going on? And asking those questions. So this could either be about scheduling or something could have happened over the lunch break or come to the attorney's attention that they really want to talk about. So I am interested to see if the judge says anything when we resume. The jury has not come in yet, so we are going to see the jury coming in just a moment.
All right, are we ready for the jury then?
So they're going to be bringing the jury in. Sorry, scheduling things with my husband. So, sidebar, did the attorney quit? It's so funny. I saw questions about this yesterday. I think there was a rumor. I don't know. It was a busy weekend. I think there was a rumor going around the internet that one of the attorneys quit. That can't happen that way. In the middle of a trial, attorneys can't just quit. And if an attorney had like a medical emergency, they would pause the trial maybe for a day or two, but attorneys can't just quit when they're in trial. The judge also has to approve an attorney wanting to quit. Attorneys can't just be like, deuces, I'm out. The judge has to allow the attorney when they put in their request to be removed as counsel. So they can't just say, I'm out with this. And that's a very important thing to
All
remember.
right, thank you. Be seated. Your next question.
Oh, no, yes, Frankie, we know. We talked about her a little bit earlier. I think she's back in court today in yellow. I like the
Mr.
bright
Depp,
colors.
before the break, we were talking about
Let's go.
how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
More questions?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please.
God, these exhibit numbers are giving me a headache. They're so high.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this
Thank you all for
exhibit
being back here with me today.
during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Share this on Twitter.
And can you please explain when, relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message?
What text message? I want to know what text message.
That's the day before. Am I correct?
He was like, is that right? Your
At
attorney
the
can't
bottom,
answer.
It says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, sorry. Yes. That's what I said.
Romeo's heart,
And
that's
so
amazing.
when, relative to when your finger was injured,
love
did
that.
you send this text message to your best recollection?
How soon after this happened did that happen? But she can't ask the leading question. How soon after your finger got hurt did you send this text?
Looks like it's
Right in time.
At the time, to me,
When at the time? That's what she wants to know. And he's same
And
evening.
in the middle here, it says,
She's trying to get there.
her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was a choir mate. What did you mean by that?
What did you mean by acquired?
unfortunately, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems
Which means
it
what?
had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care and importance in
I think that's what we're getting to. We'll see.
going on auditions, going to the Met Ball or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be
Judge, beyond the
photographed.
scope of the question, Your Honor.
All right.
Sorry?
It's responsive.
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he
He
wrote
was.
in his text message.
Here's the
about
thing.
it.
That meant exactly what the word said, and now he's going beyond.
All
the
right, I'll
scope.
sustain the objection. Next question.
I don't think he was going beyond the scope, but
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Your
So if
Honor,
you could just answer the question.
yep,
please.
she's now going to
Direct your attention
admonish.
just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Don't fight with the other lawyer, and that's
Uh,
appropriate.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you an audio recording where you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording
See,
that came
More
before the portion that
showing
Mr.
more,
Rottenborn played.
giving
So if we could
context.
please pull
That
up
I
Plaintiff's
appreciate.
Exhibit 343.
But I also
and
think
we will
it's
be playing the
dangerous
portion
to
from
get
at
to
1 hour, 54
you know,
minutes, 11 seconds.
Amber's much younger in her
to 1 hour,
career.
56
and is
minutes, 10 seconds.
Is it unfair to be like, well, she was trying to get more work? She was newer in her career than he was, and that might not play well
It's
for
quick.
him.
It's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight when you do that. And I've told you this so many times. You guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just,
No, it's
if that
different.
happens, If it happens,
It's different. You never.
if it happens, I'm just gonna say, look, I need some time. That's it.
Time blindness.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No,
Time blindness.
I guarantee you it will.
if you're stuck in throwing punches,
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
right? In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about
Oh.
arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes,
Talking
and our
about
argument.
fights. Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Ms. Hertz and myself.
And
She didn't deny that she threw punches, and he said, "What do you mean it'll get worse?"
there was a mention
It'll get
about Ms. Heard
physical."
getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Heard get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Ms. Heard would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the
Yes.
day
Yes.
when my
Narrow it down.
tip of my finger disappeared. That had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she complained that an attorney who was explaining to her the
Objection, Your Honor, is hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her.
That's fair.
Clearly
We can
hearsay.
move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
What was the fight about?
In
It was
the
about the
context of this
will.
audio recording that
We
we
already
just
heard
heard,
that
what
in.
to your understanding is
That's
Ms.
already in
Heard
evidence.
referencing when she says you split?
That is actual hearsay.
I would excuse myself from the situation.
Self yeet.
I would try to get away so that nothing escalated. Because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Ms. Heard would take it to the very extreme.
Define
which
very
ended up
extreme.
with my finger being chopped off.
There it is.
So I'd rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show
Good.
you what's
He
been
paused.
marked as Defendant's
paused
Exhibit
and let his attorney ask
272.
a
I believe
question.
this is another document that you saw during your cross-examination.
I'm glad that she's going
Do
methodically
you
through
recognize
these.
these text
It
messages?
feels very organized for me. It feels very like we did this, we did this, we did this. This feels
Yes.
very
And these
orderly,
were
which is
after
helpful.
your detox on the island, is that right?
That's correct.
technically leading. I'm glad they
Now,
let
where
it in
it
for
says
foundation.
here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. What are you referring to there?
Good question.
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and
We've heard.
powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Heard there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked we leave the island, and go back to Los Angeles. And I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions. To which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me, when the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I needed the time, because I would have gone straight back to the pills. I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time. And I sent her and her friends to Beverly Hills Hotel and a bungalow, and went through the detox by myself in the
It's interesting. This is causing her to write a lot.
for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed
if
you
she's
a
looking at
video that was
Rottenborn. He's
taken of
behind
yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Oh, good. I
Yes,
was
I
hoping
do.
they'd ask about this.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at
Sweetser?
a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Good.
Objection leading.
Oh, for fuck's
Overruled.
sake.
I don't
That's not
recall,
leading.
as I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I am aware of for that tape. Also,
Huh.
apparently looking for any metadata is impossible, as it is
Your
now
Honor,
owned
beyond the
by.
scope of the
I'll
question.
sustain the objection.
He was
wanna ask the
wandering.
question?
Mr. Depp, what do you remember, what, if anything, do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
He's trying to get to the metadata, and she just needs him to answer.
I can't recall if it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall
i.e.
exactly what it was
stolen
about. What I
money.
do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope. of the
No,
question.
that's not beyond the scope.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'll allow it too. It didn't have anything to do with her. That's the point.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room. It was me alone.
Okay.
Yes. Next
Do
question.
you know where Miss Heard was before she entered the room?
Was she in the shower? Sorry, Legally Blonde reference.
I assumed that she was up in the, she'd gotten out of bed and gotten dressed and come downstairs.
Assume would be lacks personal knowledge, but we'll allow it. He doesn't
Mr.
know
Depp,
where
earlier
she was
today,
before because he
Mr.
was in his.
Rottenborn played a recording where
thing.
you can hear Miss Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365.
I like that they're giving context to the things that are most
This is,
important.
for the record, an 11-second recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
All right.
With how
Objection
quickly
to
they're going,
365.
we might be done with this today.
All right, 365 in evidence.
It's very much more strategic. Can Emily overrule the judge? No, only here on our channel.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you
Pivot.
3 other couches. Two couches. Give me one, please. Please give me couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, fine. What do you want?
Pivot.
I want couch.
We don't have to shake one.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agree, please. So you said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I'm gonna stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was
Everything
11
you've said has
seconds.
been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited
Not yours.
and no, I'm not saying that.
45.
You asked.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. I may have been 45. I may have misremembered.
She
It's
said it
it's
was
a.
11 seconds long.
Your Honor, she
I
said it was only
apologize, I
11 seconds.
misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
It may help if we ask them to move the media player so we can see it too, because we just have a blank screen, so.
It's
Okay.
in evidence. It
Well,
doesn't matter how long it is, but whatever.
Publish it. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Why are they fighting over the couch? I can't wait to find out.
Can we play that? Thank you.
Yeah, just start it over from the beginning now.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. 2 couches. Give me one, please.
Pay attention to it.
Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, right. What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to shake one.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agree, please. So you
I'm
said
greedy,
you agreed
please.
before
Couch,
and then we
agreed.
started talking.
Oh, you agreed.
You want to stop fighting?
Have I been fighting?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited
Not yours.
and no, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
Couch.
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way. I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and an ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
So just answer the question.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
Sounds like it.
I believe that's Toronto, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about a couple text messages from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about earlier.
Yes.
I need more context about the couch
And
shit.
before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Ms. Hurd on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning.
Before or after poop was on the bed? Before poop was on the bed.
What, I believe,
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative. He's already gone through all of this in his direct examination. And she asked him what was happening on May 22nd. And he's getting into what happened on May 21st. We've already been through this.
I believe that he's providing context for where they were on the 22nd, but if you could, Mr. Depp, please explain
annoyed.
where you
Look at
were
him.
on
He's
the
so pissed.
22nd
He looks
of May
pissed.
in 2016.
To me. Does he look pissed at Rottenborn to you?
as far as I can remember, on May 22nd, 2016, I was preparing to leave for New York for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please?
And I wonder, chat, you guys are so wise.
And
I wonder if couch is something therapeutic where it's like, I've given you 3
Do you
couches. I
recall
don't think she
sending
meant
this
literally,
text message to Miss Heard
but I wonder if it's a conversation
on May
style.
22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
But couch is now going to have its own life of things.
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to
Please
you
don't get
should
mad at
elicit
me.
anything but a sense of ease?
I want to talk, but it's not a bad talk. I just want to talk. I want to have a good talk. Can we talk?
It was essentially, for me, it was
Please, it's okay.
I was bringing up what I'd spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private and quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her
That ship
family,
has
my family,
sailed.
her, myself, etc.
Yeah, that ship is
And
way
what
sailed.
did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, a peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It'll stop you. And you don't know what that could be. But it was horrific. And I wanted her out of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Chat, I didn't see those bracelets
Mr.
the last
Depp,
days of trial.
yes,
Anybody know
or-
what they are?
Last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
Can you explain that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, she didn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and, well, at first I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention.
Good point. He
Didn't
had
exist.
$100,000
I've
a
never
month
vomited in my
doctor.
sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless shots that you take when you're just, you're unable to take it anymore. And
What kind of shots?
it does affect you physically after a while.
Emotional.
So I would have to leave and go and vomit when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But
Yeah, I think
It's
you meant
still-
psychological shots.
confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record
Wasn't really
that.
the question. That'll
Mr.
come
Depp,
up.
the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839. And just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording, which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play
The context.
a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342.
I like that she's giving
and
the
the-
context.
For the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
Right, do we have 342 already in evidence, or
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
no? So you want to put 342, which is the entire audio in?
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't
Yeah.
believe I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
As long as there's no one else in the audio recording. no objection.
If
We
if he
can
did
confirm
vomit in his sleep
afterwards,
all
so
the time,
if-
he
if Your
probably would
Honor
have had health
If it's more
issues,
comfortable, we can put it in
if
as
not passed.
342A.
because it can be very,
Okay.
very dangerous.
And what was the, let's put 342A, and what's the, I'm sorry, what's the part that you
So
want
as they're
to-
talking about
It's,
this,
19 minutes, 40
I
seconds.
really
to
appreciate
25 minutes, 25
that
seconds.
she's not just bringing it in for
There's just the
context.
two of them, and that's the
She's making it
excerpt, excerpt.
clear to the
That's
jury
342A in
that it's
evidence.
coming
Thank
in
you.
for context, and making it clear to the jury that it's coming in as context is really important. She's done a very good job.
10 minutes downstairs.
I don't
Didn't
care.
it seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You do.
There's plenty of things you've done, plenty of things you've fucking done that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
I'm not even
ever.
fuck with you about it. So anyway, don't leave it. So I'll see you in a bit. Yeah?
Is that what matters?
You're lying?
Is this what matters to you, your party?
Your lies matter to me.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this?
I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Why?
I'm leaving. I'll be back.
What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a runaway, yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I get I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to? I have never prioritized you behind that. And you of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away.
Well, the one thing is for sure, I don't want to be with you. I don't. I really don't.
Then if you don't want to be with me in life,
Don't.
Goodbye.
then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about.
I do.
Is that what it's worth to you?
Yeah. Yeah. For you, from all this bitch, from all these rules, all these.
Rules? Because I asked you to stay?
Look, because.
Because I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking.
What was
hard.
it? What was it when you asked me to
Because you're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked me
I
to
can't
stay?
stand it. No.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
I thought you would change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change.
Did
You
I
were
stay
fucking
or did I go
ass. You were
now?
cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty much.
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So
When
which
you
guy? Does that seem normal to
When
you?
you're
Does that
good,
seem
right?
normal to you?
None of this seems normal to me.
You told me tonight that you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me.
That seems
Well, now we know
sober?
that's
You
with the
seem-
ring
you
on the
seem
ground.
normal?
Give the definition of normal.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love that you put
But
me
we don't-
first.
Have to do this every time we disagree.
No, we don't. But we do.
Please,
We do.
please, come here.
And you have
Please come here.
every insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you.
Back.
I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again.
I love you.
I'm gonna smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds to my fucking cranium.
I
You
love
like that?
you.
Well,
Sorry. I love you. I love you.
what you said? No. No. I don't love you that much.
Me too.
No, I don't. I do not love you that much. To give up myself? No. Do not. I will not give up myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of cursed goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. No.
I will not kill myself as tough.
Or your goddamn fucking lover.
I was talking to Dr. B.
Fantasia.
Calm
I'm not gonna be that
down,
shit. Man.
baby. Stop.
No, I don't want to be with you.
Baby.
These are the fucking
Stop.
rules. Fuck that.
Rules. You're making this whole thing. You're doing this whole
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
No one's fighting me.
I'm making this up. That, above all else, is an insult.
Sounded like it. I
Mr.
guess we'll
Depp,
find out.
What are you and Miss Heard discussing in this recording?
It's hard to listen to, isn't it? For all of us.
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on a or some little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off.
Sounds like
She
you
still
threw it.
wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave. So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee, and then telling me to calm down.
Amber
when I
generally
had
recorded
been
them.
pretty calm, I thought.
I wish
Where were you trying
the
to
lawyer
go,
would ask.
if you can recall?
I wish the
Anyway.
lawyer would ask
Away.
about how these were recorded. But Amber generally
Why did you
recorded
ask
them.
Miss Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, one of those where leaves you ringing, and it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to have stopped.
I can hear somebody breathing loudly into the mic, and it's making
outside
me crazy.
of taking anything to some physical level. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
The defense is going to recross on that.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 580.
You guys, I know these are hard to listen to.
I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
I think the power in this redirect right now is
showing. And first,
showing
I'd like to play the
what
portion
Rottenborn
from
showed
31
you
minutes, 14
is
seconds
only a
to
portion of
33.
this. What Rottenborn showed is only a small sliver. There's more context. I think that's very powerful for them to
The
argue
objection
later.
to 598C.
You're only seeing part of it. You've got to
And
see the
then
whole
we will
story.
go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
So with this,
All right.
you guys are asking when
598C
Heard's going to
evidence.
get on the stand. I don't know. Couple weeks. Johnny Depp's case has to end first, unless his
You know, and it builds,
case
right?
calls it.
Like you build, I build, you know, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now a bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over
She's
walking
saying
away.
bloodbath.
I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right. But if
I mean, at least that's how I see it.
indeed,
You know,
but if things get heated
yeah.
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty and the name calling begins and all that stuff, I've got to get away because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Me too. Me too.
Never.
So boundaries.
That's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it out.
I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit, whatever's. I just let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You can
want
call
that.
me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
No, I'm just
Please
saying,
stop
I won't
setting
do it
boundaries.
again.
Please stop telling me how I can fight with you. Please stop setting boundaries. Thanks, babe. Dr. B has helpfully come in clutch with some lunch. Oh, are we out of cheese sticks? Did you make me cheese sticks? Thank you. Dr. B made me cheese sticks. No. And other cats are trying to eat my lunch. No, George.
Okay, great. Then let's take our space and let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really,
Thank you.
really
Dr. B coming in clutch.
argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you
Fair.
so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Proves that the wall's metaphorical.
I'm rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep
I'm not
halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
I'm just.
Stop what? He wants to leave.
Stop. Now I have to go.
Stop what?
Okay. So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation that makes you feel better. You know, I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not this is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have heart attacks almost every day. Please stop. Please stop doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, like a normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean,
What's a normal argument?
please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I want to leave. I want to leave.
Mr. Depp,
I
in
want
the
to leave.
beginning- Well, first
he
of all,
said.
do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
That was rough. That was rough.
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I'd called Sean and said to
Just waiting
drive
for the
her
hearsay objection.
home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back. He would drive her back to downtown Penthouse 3. With she didn't seem in any shape to drive to me.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that
recorded a lot of their
conversation?
fights.
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was it became
Objection,
part
Your
of
Honor. He said he doesn't know.
All right. I'll
That's a
sustain
fair objection.
Next question.
What's it mean? I don't know. He needs to say, I think it meant this to me. I don't know what it meant to her. So that's why. She could rephrase that question, though. I was anticipating a next question, so I took a bite of food,
Mr.
and there's
Depp,
no
at
next
the end of the
question.
day on Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to
It's
ask you
super
a couple
fucking
questions
disturbing.
about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
The recording is from July of 2016. This was
It's after the restraining order.
a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her.
I'll talk about this at the break, Calvin. They are evidence.
So at first I said,
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? It's beyond scope.
It's fair. He's trying to rein
So,
Depp in a little bit, but
Where
his
were
attorney can
you
just
when
ask
that
another
recording
one.
was taken?
This is where Elon Musk comes in because he was in San Francisco around
That
this
was
time,
in
I
San
think.
Francisco at a hotel room. So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
I want to know why he agreed to go when he knew about
Not
the restraining
particularly
order.
well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her
Well, now we know why he went.
lies, that the world was now fed, had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was
Your Honor. The question was, how did the discussion go? He's talking about his children.
He could just say
way
objection
beyond
beyond the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
Yes.
Okay.
And the
I
judge is
think
starting
he's
to get,
describing the context around that conversation.
he could say objection beyond the
Way
scope.
beyond the scope of the
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
It is beyond the scope. He's not wrong. Depp,
Mr.
don't clap
Depp,
back.
why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
Let your attorneys ask
In
the
fact, I
questions.
wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Ms. Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after.
He felt tricked. Interesting.
So I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And then she said, "No, no." And then I said, "Look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I've got left.
Thank you, Jordan.
Take it." If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it, because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do.
And you don't
So I
have to
just
use
thought the
this.
only answer is here. Cut me. Take my blood.
That
That's
explains
all,
it.
That's all I've got left to give you. Obviously, there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I thought everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel.
Objection, Your Honor. We're well beyond the
All
scope.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
And well, it is annoying.
357, is that correct?
Rottenborn,
357, yes.
Rottenborn in this
All right,
instance is not
so
wrong.
is this going to be
The answers
another
are
one where it's
beyond
going
the
to be an
scope.
A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 3:57, beginning at 18 minutes, 43
I'm just
seconds
going to warn you, chat
through
now.
21 minutes,
This
46
audio,
seconds.
if it's what
All
I
right, any
think it
objection to
is
357A?
ugly.
All right, 357A in evidence.
So just, y'all, just
It's been going on too long.
buckle up.
And we just gotta stop this.
And remember, we don't name call
Just
or
stop.
diagnose.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together.
That means
Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye, saying that we're going to try and work this out on our own, saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening, that we love each other, and that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
no, it matters. It makes you have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber,
Come on, you know.
the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah, we've got to deal with that,
don't have
Amber.
any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what?
And why did you put that out there?
I did not.
Fair.
You forced me. Your team.
I did not. You forced
by
me.
going on the offense.
I didn't force you
From
to.
the very beginning. I promise. Look up the timelines to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I made them no statement.
IO called the
I did not
cops.
call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
When while it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a fucking mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury.
Tell people it was a fair fight.
Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
Ouch.
It doesn't matter if it's a fair fight. My ass.
Exactly, because you're.
I think she calls him a pussy.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms. Heard?
See how many people believe you.
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was long before quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016 do you think that conversation was?
Objection, calls for speculation. He's already said he doesn't remember when it was.
I'm asking for his best estimate.
Allowed if you can.
He's allowed to give a best estimate.
Sorry, could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016 do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say there was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
All right.
Was this
Sustained objection. Next question.
before the joint statement
What
was
are you
released?
referring to when you said you
Is
and
what I
Ms.
wanna know.
Heard will write a letter together?
Yeah, I think this is before the joint statement was released to the media, and
I was
they've got to
trying
address
make a
that.
peaceful settlement.
So this is while they're trying to settle the divorce, which is giving some timeline.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
And she could tighten that up, but I don't know if she needs to.
A very large bottle of vodka severing my my middle finger
In Australia.
in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the
This redirect is quite good.
arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a
Yes.
can of mineral spirits about yay big and just heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose, and right there, the forehead.
I think the
And
objections to
what did you say in
non-responsive
response
helped.
when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny,
narrowed him in.
tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Good
So you can have a seat
redirect.
next to your attorney, please.
Oh, they're not going to allow
Okay, you can go.
recross.
All right, your next witness,
Holy shit, we're done. Y'all, we're out of redirect.
Ben King.
Time stamped it. Ben King is
Somebody got to
next.
go get Mr. King. You
Should I
can,
do away with these?
you can take it with you.
Should
Or
I-
you just leave it, you can leave it there.
Do away with these papers. And we're out. No recross. We are done. That was a solid redirect. I think they hit on the main points. I'm surprised that we're done before the afternoon. And we're moving on to Ben King. I'm surprised Depp is done testifying. But you see his lawyers kind of looking at him. You see, Camille Vasquez back here saying, good job. That was a good redirect. The audio they wanted to get in that they didn't get in on direct was Amber Heard saying, tell the world, Johnny, tell them you're a victim of domestic violence and see who believes you. That is what they are going to cinch on or hammer on during during closing. And I really think keeping it short and sweet was a very good strategy. It shows the jury that the rest of this is just bullshit and we're not going back and forth. Also, Johnny Depp talked for fucking ever on direct. So we are now at a point where we are moving on finally in Depp's case. But that audio, I imagine they will play in closing. If I was them, I would. And now we're getting into our next witness, Ben King, being sworn in now. Am I doing a good job at we're commentating? We're at almost 20,000 people live. You guys don't forget to do the likey, subscribey things. We're just, I'm inspired by sports commentary. We've got the witness going to just sit down. He's got a fresh bottle of water. It seems Johnny Depp has left his bottle of water at the witness stand.
Right, and
The chair
good
seems a
afternoon,
little
Mr. King.
short for Mr.
Good
King.
afternoon. Would you please state your full name for the record?
This is
Ben King.
another lawyer
And
from
Mr.
Depp's
King,
team.
can you briefly tell us where you're from?
Yeah, this is going to be
London.
all the
Central
info.
London. Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What's your occupation?
This is a
I'm
game
a
of
house manager,
who are you?
personal assistant presently with an individual who also lives in central London.
Can you lean into the microphone a little bit
Yeah,
more? I think
sure.
it's a-
Sorry. Here we go.
We want to get that accent, Ben.
now, did you say you're a house manager?
That's right, personal assistant, house manager.
And can you just tell those of us in the courtroom who aren't familiar, what does that mean?
What is that?
I work presently for a gentleman who's in the entertainment industry who, and I manage his property, a large apartment in central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that, oversight of the staff and traveling with him when needed and things like that.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Since about 1991, I started in private services, if you like.
I now desperately
in
want a
house
British
management, in
house
butlering,
manager.
in all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. It was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough.
I want to know more,
for
Ben
4 years,
King.
and then I continued in different positions, full-time and self-employed freelance capacity for many years as well.
Yes, this is another lawyer from Depp's team.
Just generally,
We're still
can you
in
tell
Depp's
us, and
case.
without getting into any specifics,
He
but
is Alfred,
type
you
of people would you
guys.
say you typically provide these services for?
Generally high net worth people, individuals or families.
We can all simp for Ben.
Residences.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked.
He could work
for
with
Mr.
Elton
Depp in
or Paul Bettany.
2014,
He worked with the Queen.
and subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay, and can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance, self-employed capacity.
Do his tie and his eyes
A lot of my
match?
jobs came through friends of friends.
He's too
you know,
posh for me.
personal
I love him.
recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available, to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London. Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? And I was available at that point. And so I said, yes, yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
Wait, August 2014.
And did you in fact end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Now, just to clarify, were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also, they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Okay. Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Sure, yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Setting up the house initially.
Oh, he's very good to turn to look at the jury. This is what I did. He's explaining to them.
Principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property, and just organizing everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived,
be nice.
it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running. Some
Welcome
service,
change of
like
pace.
butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house, I guess.
This was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it was very contemporary inside, modern, furnished, very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym.
Small indoor pool, small
quite
gym.
An open plan layout throughout the house.
Okay. And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time?
I'm fascinated by this change of pace. I love hearing
Approximately, it
the
depended
ins and outs
on
of
what
rich
was
people
going on,
problems.
but
I love this.
Generally 7 or 8 in the morning till
Hashtag my house manager.
7 or 8 in the evening. Typically, there was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef.
I'll talk about this at the break. This is a great
He
question.
tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner. So I
Didn't
could
have
leave
to. Ben King's
early to
Ben King's a
mid-evening,
true knight.
usually most days.
I can't focus, you guys.
Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
I'm
During your
fascinated by
time
this, like ins and outs
managing
of
the house
how
for,
the
Mr. Depp and Ms.
uber
Heard,
wealthy live.
in 2014. Did you
You
have
probably
occasion
witnessed a fight,
to
though.
observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
It's a very good palate
Yes,
cleanser.
absolutely. Yeah.
How often?
Most daily, I would say.
He's there all the
Pretty much
time.
most days through that period.
And did you yourself
Yes,
interact
CJ.
with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also
Me
daily,
too.
I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Ms. Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Ms. Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Miss Heard was taken care of, anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, pleasant.
They were pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. They were really open to me, and I mean, my background is quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Ms. Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about.
Thank you for the work you do, Gwen.
Basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time.
I love that he's like, my work is normally formal at Buckingham Palace with the fucking queen.
You mentioned wine.
I got to ask them
Can you tell
questions.
us, to what extent did
He's
you
adorable.
observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was. Oh, sorry.
A much different response.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
Was made aware that Mr. Depp was.
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
I was made
Same
aware.
objection. He's explaining what he was been told. Now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth.
Actually,
Your
he
Honor.
said I
think
was
it's
made
just
aware.
Offered for
It-
to
explain his
own,
actions.
behavior towards the couple.
Yes.
No, can we approach?
No, you don't need to approach. Who is this? This is Rottenborn 2.0, because that's not Rottenborn. That's Rottenborn's colleague that's talking exactly like Rottenborn. It's not offered for the truth. It's offered to explain his actions. What are you doing with these objections? Let him explain his actions. Let him explain the way he interacted with the couple. But he is lovely. It's a very nice change of pace. And it's so funny to see the difference. He's like, my job was so formal normally. And he said, this is what he said about it being informal. I got to ask them questions. He was like, I got to talk about them. It's Rottenborn. No, it's Rotten. Oh, that's funny. This is a different lawyer though. And I'm not sure which one on the fleet this is.
All right, so Mr. King,
Yes.
moving past the conversation, let's
Right.
not touch on that. But just in
And the
general,
court was
can you
like,
describe
agreed.
the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr.
Heard.
Consume any alcohol during that time
Got
in
you,
London.
Mr. King.
There was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered
Yes.
to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. I think that's fair to say.
A
Did you
large
ever
consignment of
observe
wine. I want to
Mr.
know.
Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
I want to know what the large
Now,
consignment
I
of
think
wine
you
is.
already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much
Oh,
so,
we got to
yes.
figure out his name.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me?
I'll rephrase.
He's like,
Did you
oh.
ever observe any arguments between the two?
Oh,
Yes, I did.
it's interesting. He feels like he's done something wrong. It seems when there's an
You can
objection.
Oh, yes, I
but it's
did,
just
yeah.
part of the process
Okay,
here.
can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe 2 of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Well, let's just start with those 2.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall and I was close to were evenings. This first particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially.
Yes, we simp hard for Mr. King.
I
over
heard,
here.
the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what. I was in the vicinity. I wasn't really there to listen.
Yes,
And
he's great.
I heard footsteps, loud footsteps, sort of going across. There's like a corridor, if you like, at the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps, and then more footsteps following, more shouting.
I imagine
And
he
that
doesn't.
sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already, and it went on for a bit.
I imagine he
Do you
doesn't like
recall how
talking
that
about
first
what he witnessed
fight
during
or
work.
argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, because I sort of made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening, and I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add.
He had a look.
I think
Did you see that look?
replied, "Of course I do. Don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, it was a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument, but.
How would you describe Miss?
It was a strange
Heard's
way to start
tone
an argument.
when she said, "Why did you take your hand away, Johnny?"
Accusatory, spoiled teenage child.
Oh shit!
Maybe. Is that fair?
Is that fair?
Pretty,
Spoiled
not playfully,
teenage
let's put it
child.
that way.
He
More
just.
angrily.
Oh shit!
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in London,
Yes.
did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two of them?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one of them?
No, neither of them.
Okay. After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Miss Heard again?
I did. A couple of occasions. The following year was the first one. The following spring.
Okay, and where was that?
In Australia.
Oh shit!
And what is it? Was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia, maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients for my assignments to wherever it was needed.
He's the house manager in Australia.
How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Towards the end of the London visit,
Oh my!
Mr. Depp had kindly said, "Thanks so much for looking after us. We really like you. Maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got to film Pirates 5." So I
would want him with
"I'd
me
love
too.
to."
Can you house
Obviously,
manage me?
I would
I would.
at the time, so it was going to be about 4 months' work. I think it was billed as. So I thought, yes.
Yeah, I'd ask.
Wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
I wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
And
I would ask
where
him
in
too.
Australia were you staying?
There's a Gold Coast. Yeah, but sort of Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it's about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
Okay. And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th. I know I flew on that day.
Okay. How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney.
Wait, they
who were
pay for
making the
your
movie.
team?
I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
They pay for your team to be there? Like, I need a house manager. Okay.
Now, I think
I
you
need
said
Ben.
you arrived in Australia
Okay.
on February 4th, 2015. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard? When did they arrive?
The setup for us was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end
A
of
few
February
weeks to set it up
2015.
to get the house right?
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready
It's fascinating.
during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. I mean, a lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
Okay. And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So
Yeah.
can
This
you
is going to be
kind of
interesting
describe
testimony.
that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land.
He might be the one that found the
a
finger.
3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings within the grounds as well. A good sized house, beautiful location.
He must have been mortified by both of them writing all over everything.
How many entrances would you say?
Can you
it had?
imagine? Mortified.
Entrances, many. I mean, many certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there was many entrances.
Could have been the
And
chef.
every room in that house had a balcony at least.
Somebody found the finger.
Every room on the lower ground floor had
Wow.
a sliding door or a door out. The utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously the front door. Many. On the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo and
He's a great
and
witness
steps down to the
because he's
to the
hired by others. He met the couple
Okay, and
together.
once
He's
Mr.
not like
Depp and
OG
Ms. Heard
Team Depp.
arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
He's a good neutral witness.
staying in the house. No,
Was
Yeah.
anybody else staying on the grounds?
on the property. Yes, I mean there was a couple there, caretaking couple, Sean and his wife Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout, and their house was a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's
Yes.
house?
Under
Downton
5
Abbey.
minutes. I mean, yeah,
But with actors.
no more than 5 minutes.
The actors are the
And then you mentioned security.
You know what I
What
mean.
was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge.
he remembers
They
everyone's
were
names.
employed. They stayed in the grounds for the duration.
Of course he did.
They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack round by the perimeter wall, where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports, and go back and stay in their shack.
And how many security guards would be on site at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I
with
believe
Mr.
they were Australian, yes.
Okay.
I'm
Now, I
digging
think you
this
said you were
testimony
not on the property
very much.
24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up and I could leave.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially, very good. Like in London, it seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes, I had several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
There was some unpleasantness.
Yes, similar
Looks
pattern,
mortified.
it seemed, to London arguments.
Similar pattern. Who
One
started
in
the fight?
particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar, or to a bathroom, whatever. And Miss Heard closely following and opening the door, or certainly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
Given us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately?
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that.
Provision the house.
I regularly brought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed, the same amount as in London, I think.
1 to 2 bottles
what
a
amount
day.
is that?
Generally speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
I hope they ask him what he provisioned for Johnny Depp.
Did you ever
'cause it's going to
observe
come out on cross too.
Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
Oh, so hold on, objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could you put your mic there?
Sorry.
Leading.
Could you-
objection, leading.
I'll sustain this to leading if you want.
Okay. We can move on.
New question.
I mean, it's fair, but
Do you remember anything about Friday, March 6th, 2015?
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like. End of the week. Yay. Nothing extraordinary about that day.
Oh, Ben.
Did you come into work that day?
A
Yeah.
normal
Yeah,
Friday.
I was there.
Yay.
Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of the beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun would set over the pool and the creek.
Sounds lovely.
I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye. Have a good weekend.
How about Ms. Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Is he listening? He seems like
Did
he's
anything
looking down
unusual
listening.
happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Something pretty unusual happened. Can you tell us about that? Well,
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
All right, foundation. You want to lay a foundation?
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened
he was laying the foundation.
between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and Ms.
To the
Heard?
extent it calls for hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
It's not calling for hearsay. You need him to
All
lay
right,
the
turning to
foundation. Lay the
following
foundation.
Sunday.
Mr. Rose, how much more do you have? Because it's time for our afternoon break. If
I think we can.
Take a break.
I have a little bit more, Your Honor. So I think maybe this
Okay.
could be a good time for a
all
break.
right, let's
I
go
bet
ahead
you
and take
do.
our afternoon 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not talk.
We're going to get to
anybody
questions
in
and
case
super
you don't do any
chats
outside
at the
research,
break.
okay? You're excused.
It's a good time for the mods to take a finger stretch. Y'all, thank you. We've got over 21,000 people in here live. So I'm gonna plug the YouTube things, like and subscribe. Hopefully for every person who likes and subscribes, Ben King will be on the stand longer because he's delightfully British. And I'm hoping he's still on the stand tomorrow morning when we resume case, because he's going to go on cross. We're going to see what he saw from the fight. He is an excellent witness. And again, if they had to subpoena him from the UK, he would have agreed to be here because the court's jurisdiction does not extend that far. So he's agreeing to be here either based on what he witnessed or his own sense of what's right. He was not forced to be here as a witness. And so far, he's testified that he saw Miss Heard consume 1 to 2 bottles of wine a day for the different periods of time that they were in the same vicinity, and that he became the house manager down in Australia. He was in charge of provisioning the house, which means he had to get all the things in, I think. I don't know. I'm going to say that now. When I go to the grocery store, forget it. We're never saying that again. I'm like, I'm out provisioning the house. My husband's going to be like, you mean Target? Yes. But I'm provisioning the house at Target. But he is testifying as a neutral, unaltered. I mean, he's not drinking. He is there doing his work. And again, he is a British house manager who's like, I wasn't there to be listening. But we're now getting into the fact that he was on site all the time. He is a professional. He clearly has a very good memory. But again, this is critical to his job, who he worked for, what their preferences were, et cetera, et cetera. I love when he talked about this being an informal work environment. It was because he got to talk to people. He's obviously going to be a charming witness. Like all of us, I'm sure we all perked up. I'm sure the jury did too. They were like, oh, this is different. This is different. He's very linear. He's very focused, but he wasn't hired by Johnny Depp. He met the couple together in London. This is not one of Johnny Depp's employees that has been with him for 20 years. This is someone who met this couple when they were together in London and is now working with them in Australia. And the finger incident, the finger incident in Australia is a very big deal in this case. And now we have a neutral third party who's talking about what they observed. And that is a very, very big deal. So I'm excited to see what he remembered. I'm excited to see what he has to say. He seemed reticent to talk about what he saw a little bit. And he is just like, this is what I observed. This is what I observed. So we will see. I think he is a neutral third party witness. Now we will see what Heard's team has to say about that. But yes, Johnny Depp asked him to come work with him based on their work together in London, but came from a friend. So anyway, y'all go ahead and do the YouTube things. If you're new here, you can pop a 1 in the chat so the law nerds can say hello. And then we will go from there. I'm going to try to get to some super chats. Does each witness get direct and cross and redirect? Yes. And we're still I saw a lot of questions about this. We're still in Johnny Depp's case in chief. This is Johnny Depp's case. So all the witnesses being called are by Depp's team that are beneficial to Depp's case. After Depp is done, then it's Amber Heard's time. Amber Heard will have to prove her case and present her defense against Depp's case, and she will call witnesses that she sees as beneficial to her. So this is Depp's lawyers questioning Depp's witnesses that they brought over. So with all of that, let's get to some of the super chat questions. So I see all of you on Facebook too. It's good to see you. I'm sure there's probably not 20,000 people over on Facebook, but there's 21,000 people over here on the YouTube channel on Facebook. We didn't mean to leave you out, but I am primarily a YouTube streamer. I mostly co-stream to Facebook because that's where my mom watches. Question, I missed why the audience laughed and what happened. I need to go back and look too. I had said something and then Johnny Depp said something and then the audience laughed and the judge yelled and I was already annoyed with Rottenborn. So I also need to go back and take a look. I'm sure it will be clipped down onto TikTok if it's not already. Will Depp's case be ruled on before Heard's case begins? No. Can they both lose their own prospective cases? Yes. So Depp has sued Heard for defamation. Heard has sued Depp for defamation. Both cases will be decided by the jury at the end. And the jury could say, deuces, everyone. No, nobody's liable for defamation in this case. Thank you so much for the amazing and real commentary. You're welcome. This has helped me decompress while my kids are at school. You're welcome. The last few hours of testimony were very not decompressing for me. Listening to Johnny and Amber fight, I felt tremendously uncomfortable. I'm sure a lot of you did too. It's very, very uncomfortable to listen to. I'm very glad that we've moved on. It feels like we all got to take a collective breath of fresh air and go, okay, we're moving on to something. Hearing them scream and fight is uncomfortable as these two are trying to prove who abused the other and whether this op-ed was defamation or not. Hello from Seattle. Finally caught up after a late start to your streaming this morning. Thanks, Emily. You're welcome. I'm happy to be here. I adore streaming with you guys. And again, I realize I'm going to have to update my intro. I was talking to a friend about this while I was just in Los Angeles. I'm like, oh, I've been a lawyer almost 17 years at this point. It's very much time to update my intro from 2020. So I like bringing legal commentary because I like talking about what I know about the law, sharing it with you guys, and humanizing it. These parties and attorneys are exhausted, but we're getting into some proper foundational objections, even though I'm annoyed by some of them. Some of them are annoying. But the judges, again, more likely to sustain these objections, and we've seen it all day. The judges like, ask it better. Like, don't come here. I don't want to mediate your arguments. Just ask a better question. Will you go into the TMZ thing more? I'm curious about how they can copyright a video entered into evidence in a public case more than if someone sold it to them. So what happened with TMZ is that they had copyright claim, not just mine, but quite a lot of videos across YouTube, saying that the clip of evidence that was played on Thursday was theirs. They owned the copyright in that video. And I made some shorts about it. I think I put them up on the Quick Bits channel. I know I put them up on Instagram and TikTok. But how can TMZ say that they own this footage if it wasn't sold to them? And Amber Heard has long said she didn't sell this footage to them. So either TMZ is making a false copyright strike, which I have questions, why are you doing that to independent creators and streamers? Or Amber Heard lied about selling it to them and they think they own the copyright in the underlying video. The copyright system on YouTube tags it by audio. And video. So the top copyright system in YouTube probably flagged it, but then somebody had to go in and say, yes, copyright claim it, that's ours. So after it was kind of brought up to everybody and people had made objections and what have you, the copy claim did get released for all of my videos and others, but it's very interesting that they were claiming it. And that's why it mattered to me, because Heard had so long said she didn't sell it. And it seemed that TMZ believed they owned a copyright in it, even though they don't own a copyright in what's played in court. The copyright system flagged it because they own the copyright, or they believe they own the copyright, or they said they owned the copyright in the video that was then now played in court. So hopefully that explained it well. They need to be showing only her face. I would love to see her face during some of this testimony, but I want us to see Ben's face. Maybe they'll pan to her when we get to some of the other stuff, but maybe not. Show her, dang it, miss the split screen. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I heard something about one of her attorneys quitting. There were rumors on the internet, but again, if an attorney quits, something has to be filed in court. The judge isn't going to allow an attorney to quit during trial, especially one of the partners in the firm that's representing Heard. An attorney's not going to quit in the middle of trial. While they might have conversations that are stern with their client, they're not quitting during trial, and the court wouldn't allow it anyway. You have to get permission from the court to remove yourself off of a case. So I saw rumblings of the rumors, but those would be rumors from people who don't understand how this works. Does he keep interrupting to try to put him off? No, I think some of the objections are proper. And I think Rottenborn earlier was objecting to Depp because Depp was getting beyond the scope. And I think they were very fair objections. I also think it might've helped because it narrowed Depp down a little bit. He started really just answering the questions. You can't just answer the question and then wander into whatever you want to talk about. It's a question and an answer, and you can't do narrative form. There has to be a question, there has to be an answer, and then there's another question. You can't just do narratives. You can't put somebody up on the stand and be like, tell me everything that happened, and then keep going. That's not how it works. So those were proper objections. And he started picking up the objections a little bit more. But again, this judge is quick to grant objections. I'm doing a shot every time you predict what they're going to say. By the way, first time seeing your channel. Love what you're doing. Thank you. It's hard for me not to predict what they say. I try to rein it in when I'm like at movies with friends, but when it comes to court, I can't rein it in. I found her looking directly at the camera very unsettling. Reminds me of Meghan Markle. I don't know where the camera is in relation to the jury. So she could be looking in the direction of the jury and the camera's over their head. So I'm not sure where the camera is in relation to the jury. Random, but do we know if Bettany will testify? I don't know if Bettany will testify. What does context mean? So for me, in the way I'm using it, in the cross-examination, we got a lot of snippets of texts, like just these three, or snippets of audio, like just this part. His attorneys are coming in saying, okay, right, there's this part of audio, but there's all this stuff that happened before it. So there's a context to it. There's surrounding circumstances that you need to hear. And that's what I think that's what I meant when I kept saying context. Who gets custody of the dogs? Couch. I don't know who got custody of the dogs. And the couch stuff was very, very weird because there was nobody explained it to us and nobody explained it to the jury. She's just like, couch, Ross, pivot. Yes, it felt like pivot. I keep hitting my mic and my camera are on the same pole. So apologies for that. You know, we're professionals here. I've got questions. Did she say I've given you 3 couches? As this was going on during cross, I really think that was something they did in therapy. Or at least that's my interpretation of it, that it's like, you know, feet, like I need to walk, or hands, I need a hug, or ears, I need someone to listen. I just wonder if this was a couples therapy thing that they did. And I don't remember the therapist talking about it, but I just have to wonder if it was like couch means sit and talk or something. That's again, my interpretation, because it's very odd. I've given you 3 couches. I don't think they're literally splitting up, property. Maybe they'll ask when Amber Heard testifies, what did you mean by couch? Hopefully we'll get some answers. I'm going to be unresolved until we do. Couch is going to need its own merch. Couch therapy, side-by-side talking, less aggressive. Thank you. That, and again, I given you couch. I need you to give me couch. It might be just ways for them to work together, and hopefully someone will fucking explain it. I have a feeling he gets really annoyed with Rottenberger because he had Amber talking over him all the time. It's bringing him back to those memories. Or it might just be that they're in a power struggle for who's going to talk. And, you know, when you're the one sitting there on the witness stand and somebody's standing up telling you what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, it can be a power dynamic. Every interaction with them sounds like she's giving the performance of her life in a tragic role. I'm not sure she knows what's real. I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm interested to see how she testifies vis-a-vis how she sounds in the audio. Why didn't someone call her out for recording all of these recordings? Unless I missed it. Great job. It's going to come up on her cross-examination. It's not time yet. That's the thing that's hard with trials to remember, is that trials are building blocks. So we're laying foundation, and every case lays its building blocks together to create the entire case. Everything doesn't come in at once. It has its order. And I think his attorneys are going to question her on her cross-examination. That's when that will be most powerful. The fact that her grief muscle visible when you feel sorrow bothers me to death. Also, turning crying off and on makes my brain hurt. Some of that audio earlier this afternoon absolutely made my brain hurt. I can't believe it's already 3 p.m. Like, we started restreaming again at 1:15 for the afternoon. I can't believe it's 3 p.m. I feel like I'm questioning my own sanity. That's how some of that audio made me feel too. It's very sad. Listening to them fight like that is hard to listen to. Lotus, I appreciate it. We don't diagnose people in the chat because we are not qualified. I think that the jury's going to see what they see, and the jury's going to decide what they decide, and they're going to bring in an expert to talk about that. But it is hard. It is very hard to listen to. 100% borderline. Can they request a psych eval? I pulled this up, Laura. This is a great question. They were given and granted a psych eval for Amber Heard. So there is somebody that's going to be coming in. They did not request a psych eval of Johnny Depp. One was not granted, but her psych eval will be coming in, and that person will be testifying, or is supposed to be testifying. Thank you for the super sticker, Mr. Unicorn. Thank you so much. That's it. I'm becoming a cat lady. I mean, I would say same, but I've got Dr. B and the kids and adore them all. But yeah, it can be hard. I've heard that a lot about Gone Girl. I haven't watched Gone Girl. Question, how can all her illegally recorded audio be admissible? Because they agreed to it. And I think it's because it from Depp's perspective, I imagine, and this is my like lawyer brain, from Depp's perspective, I'm thinking that some of the audio is devastating to him and some of the audio supports what he's been saying. So allowing it in means the jury gets to hear it. So arguing over the foundation, I don't think helps Depp's side. And a lot of this audio, truthfully, has already been leaked publicly. It's already come up. So there's no getting away from it. It's out there. So if part of his goal in this case is to clear his name or reputation in the court of public opinion, this has to come in. So they agreed to it, and they're allowed to do that. Now, this is not a criminal case. In a criminal case, there are very limited circumstances where audio like that would come in. Domestic violence cases, though, are one of them, where even in a two-party recording state, there are some exceptions to that. Not legal advice, but there are some exceptions. This is not a criminal case. So if the attorneys all agree, then it comes in, no matter how it was obtained. Is it possible for Johnny Depp's team to call Amber's ex-wife who filed for DV before? It is possible. I don't know if they will. And that would probably be either rebuttal evidence or stuff they would question Amber about during her cross-examination. I imagine they will use it as impeachment to question Amber about it during her cross. And I don't think she can get away from it. I think she has to answer that truthfully. It'll be interesting to see if it comes up on her direct examination. Listening to these audio clips about the fights gave me a major PTSD trigger. I had these exact same arguments with my ex-wife. I'm shaking at how bad I'm anxious about these. And Jorge, take again, when stuff is triggering, I will timestamp it when people want to re-engage in the replay. It can be very triggering. I think we're clear of it now, but make sure that you also protect yourself listening to this. We all know the subject nature of this trial, and we all know how disturbing some of this can be. Scarlett said, I can relate to him so much. My ex was exactly like Amber. I really hope they have an expert come in to talk about reactive abuse. I hope so too. I know they've got experts on the witness list. Why would Rotten use portions of a convo if he knows Johnny Depp's attorney will use the rest to clear it up and put it in a better light? Because it's his job. And some of those audios, his client might have wanted in. Some of the audio, Amber might have felt very strongly about having come in. And she's like, I want this in. And it's also to give the jury that narrow framing. So it's a part of the thing. And if they want to bring it all in, fine, but maybe they won't bring it all in. Maybe they won't choose to. Maybe they'll forget to. So there's a lot of reasons. You don't try someone else's case for them. You try your own case and let them try their case. And if they step in it, they step in it. Important note, BPD or any mental health issue does not make you abusive or criminal. Facts, important to differentiate. The attorneys, though, that's important in the chat. The attorneys aren't going to differentiate that. The attorneys are going to construe this in the light most positive to their clients, even if that means kind of casting besmirgings or disparagement or kind of equating things that we normally wouldn't equate. It's their job to do things. The jury has gotten notice of how clumsy her lawyers are versus how his are. That says to me a lot about the case. We'll see. I mean, the lawyers are the lawyers, and I guess we'll just see how his lawyers do on cross when it's their turn. We haven't seen his lawyers do cross yet, and we will see how they do when we get there. I've been through a toxic relationship like this. It's also obvious, breaks my heart for Johnny Depp. I can't even imagine going through it so publicly. And I think a lot of people are going to have that takeaway too. Masters of Social Work student here. She shows traits of BPD. I mean, again, we're going to have to get an expert in here to talk about it. We can't. I mean, some of y'all can. You recognize the things that you recognize, and you have had the life experiences you've had. I want to see what the jury is told, because the jury needs the context for that, and the attorneys need to provide it. That audio was very interesting.
All right, thank you.
Just sounds like she's not in control. It was very dramatic, and the not getting the answers you want and then crying was very interesting. So Calvin, I think we addressed that just a minute ago. This is intense. I was watching this live, and when I saw Emily streaming, I heard over. Thanks for the amazing coverage. You're welcome. I think I've shared pretty well that I'm streaming, but I need to go do it in my community tab. I forgot. If California is a two-party consent state, why are these recordings allowed in? The jury's walking in or starting to. That's why they're standing up. I don't know why Depp's team's not standing up. Had that been discussed, it's because the attorneys are allowing it in, and this is not a criminal case. So the allowances for these things, they're not being used against someone to prosecute them. They're being used against each party by each party, and they're recordings of both parties. Y'all don't need to stand in the back there. Y'all don't, we're not at Catholic mass here. We don't all stand together and sit together and kneel together. It's fine. Just the attorneys need to stand. Y'all don't need to stand. And that it might actually be unsettling to the jury. Don't do that, audience. He wrote on the mirrors and walls and all the pieces of reality he was reclaiming instead of her version. He's literally claiming his reality back. Maybe. I'm sure that British Ben's going to be freaking horrified by it, though.
Mr. King,
thank you, Kathy.
Before we went on break, we were discussing Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Right.
Good, we have a date.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Ms. Heard?
Sunday the 8th.
And where did you see Ms. Heard?
At the house.
What were your typical hours?
He said that already.
Monday to Friday from 7 or 8 a.m. till the end of play each evening, early evening usually.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of Mr. Depp's assistants.
And about what time did you arrive at the house?
Around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
AM or PM?
Who was there when you arrived?
Like, I really do have questions, afternoon or morning.
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Miss Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard rather than saw anything.
you.
I could
Fair.
hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like Miss Heard to me.
He walked into a scene.
I heard Jerry Judge's voice. There's a few steps as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then Miss Heard over on the right-hand side, over towards the TV room with Jerry Judge. David Kipper was in the kitchen area, which was pretty much directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
I want to see how
And were you
mortified he
able
is
to
about the state of
visually see Miss Heard?
the state of
Yes.
the room.
And you were able to hear her as well?
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Romeo's heart.
How would you describe her demeanor?
But the jury's
Hysterical.
a U.S.
Probably
jury.
the best way to describe it.
He needs to tell
Crying
them
a
that.
lot and, you know, just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
It's fair.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love, it will be all right." You know, Jerry was good, like, big heart, Jerry. He's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I'm really enjoying his testimony.
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps, and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, it's
Not offered for
maybe
the
a brush.
truth.
Okay.
Yes, that's probably fair. This isn't offered for the truth of the matter. This is likely being offered, and again, this is my guess based on the question that was just asked. It's likely being offered to explain his next action. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Because if somebody doesn't tell you or give you the rundown of what's going on, you're not going to know how you are to act or what's coming next. So I imagine that's what they're arguing. Not all hearsay per se, not all things said by someone else aren't allowed in. Hearsay offered for the truth, like, oh, somebody told me this and I'm trying to prove to you it's true because it was said, is different than, oh, well, why did you go there? Well, I heard someone screaming, come here and help. You're not offering that for the proof to prove the truth of somebody's screaming, come here and help. You're offering it to explain why you did the next action. And that's likely what they're talking about up at the bench with this hearsay objection. So that is what we are doing. I wish we could hear from Jerry Judge too. I also need Ben to be my bestie.
So
We
you can answer the question. What did you
enjoyed
do
Ben.
next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin.
Trash can?
He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for
search for the finger.
the fingertip that it said it had been severed. So I said, well, shall I help you? You know, as one would. And he said, yeah, that would be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs
To look
to search
for the finger?
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
Yes,
Is this the weirdest shit that's
Who
ever
found
happened
it?
to you at work, Ben?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
Was that traumatic
So-
for you, Ben?
Can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. I mean, there was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase.
Oh,
On my way
shit.
down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A
Brace
broken
yourself, Ben.
ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and lots of glass and broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
This was a very strategic next
And
witness.
where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. I mean, the bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that's probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base
So, like,
of the bar by one of the bar stools.
It sounds like somebody, like Depp, went to try to stop the bleeding.
Was there any
and then it was
property
stuck in
damage
there.
around
That's
the
what it sounds
finger?
like.
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around the area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. Seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle.
Stoli! But the way he sounds,
And at
says
the end of
Stoli
the
sounds way
bar,
better.
as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor. Broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. Is sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned a bottle of vodka. Was the vodka bottle intact?
No, nothing was really intact. The top of it,
Nothing was really intact,
you know,
sir.
the top of the bottle was
Fucking
like,
disaster.
it had a label on it, which is how I knew it was a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S.
Oh, we know
sort of
Stoli,
yellow
friend.
top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, I mean, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it.
I found
I'm
a
not sure,
finger.
but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, you know, little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this
Good.
plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly
I would
to see if
imagine.
it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you
Inside.
arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I mean, I've described
yes.
a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty
Well,
extensive
from the
down
bottom
there,
up.
all that broken glass, the blood. There are a lot of blood drips across that floor. It was a kind of cream-colored tiled floor in that whole games area.
This
As I
is a
said, the
witness
ping pong
for
table
Depp.
was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar,
Yeah, I feel bad for Ben too.
and the chunk out of the
Mortified.
marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, there were a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-colored couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and
You can see his
that
face.
was
He's
obvious.
like, fuck this with all this blood everywhere.
The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was
You've seen
below.
the
Looked
pictures.
like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV,
There was a mug in
and
the TV.
on the floor as well.
We'll see if those pictures come in.
Through there, we'd set up an art studio. So a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor.
That explains so
a lot of
much.
paint on the floor. Blood drips throughout that area as well, especially over there's a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase.
Explains where all the
In one
paint
of the
came
bedrooms,
from.
there were 2 bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going upstairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, a cream color carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and 2 bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. Going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, that one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
And another lamp was broken. Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a bloodstained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage.
That's the extent of it.
Yeah.
There's a coffee cup and a TV and chunks out of the marble.
Whose job was
That's
it
the
to clean all that up?
That was mine. It was mine.
Poor Ben.
My responsibility. The house was essentially
My
my
responsibility.
responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
We didn't get to the writing on the
Did you observe
windows
any
or the
damaged
mirrors.
phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Leading. Oh, yeah. Right.
It is
Maybe the
leading.
next one.
It is leading.
Was there any artwork in this house? Decorating the house?
Was there a painting with a
The
penis?
owners had left their art in the house, yes. The
The owners must have been so
Mr.
mad.
Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But yes, there was
Does he
some
mean
that
literally or
came with the house,
figuratively?
if you like.
Is he being
Focusing
cheeky?
just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not.
So no
Thank
penis
goodness.
painted on a painting. That came up. For those of you not
Is there
following
any
this
other damage that comes
trial
to
in and
mind?
out, the mirrors.
Just a lot of blood, and a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
I'll sustain
fine.
strike the answer from the record.
So- No other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Any other bodily fluids come to mind?
Can we
You
take
could
a look
ask it
at,
again.
Defendant's
They
Exhibit
struck the answer.
375, which I believe is already in evidence.
No, I don't think any of.
And
I don't
can
think
we
there was a
publish this to the
penis
jury?
painted on a painting. We didn't see a picture. He would have had to deal with insurance on it. If a penis was painted on a painting, he would have had to deal with it. Ben would have been like, no. One of the paintings was damaged. And I
Mr.
had to
King, are
deal
you
with it
familiar with
owners.
the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, that's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used or what substance
Veronica.
I guess what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor, on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil
It
paint.
makes sense that they had an
All right,
art
how
studio
about
for
the
Depp to paint when he
red
was there,
writing
and
that says,
that's where the art came from.
Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I
Objection
believe.
Foundation.
Oh.
Objection Foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
I'll allow it.
He cleaned it.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay. we can take
Objection,
that
no
down.
foundation. The things Ben has probably had to clean in his life, I imagine lipstick has come up at least once.
Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Too long. It
Quite a
became
long
Monday.
time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning. So at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Yes.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Lisa,
Yes,
thank you.
not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot. And Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening,
Ben's the real MVP here.
it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting in terms of, at some point, I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
That's kind.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave leave?
Oh,
for
did you
Los
see her
Angeles?
look? There was a
She
look.
was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things.
Oh,
And so it was just, these went over a few hours. Those negotiations, if you like. And eventually, Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you, in fact, fly with her?
I
it's
did.
so important.
on
I'm going to circle
Monday the
back.
9th.
We have to circle back to this. That means a lot.
Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, like very close in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, she was obviously crying a lot. She had red eyes, and but no, otherwise no.
Okay. So what happened the following day, that Monday,
I have so much to
March
say.
9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right. So, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard. So I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes,
Cheek.
a bag to take
to fly to
I
Los
think
Angeles from Australia.
I left the house early hours, as I said, 2, 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I mean, I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling. So passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind
As
of
one
VIP,
does.
for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close
Yes,
to
they
where
had a
the
fast
desk was.
pass.
Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon, because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in. Maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, I mean, not initially, but she took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat.
Seems very grateful. Thank you.
I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat.
Oh, I hate the 1A seat. We've
And,
got that bulkhead right
finally,
there.
we could both sit down, and
That's probably why those seats were available if they booked late. Nobody wants to
in way
sit
of
there.
conversation wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house.
Not the finger, interesting enough. He's like, how did you break marble?
She didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no. Actually, I'm pretty calm, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't. And she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone, you just lost it with them? And I said, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
She's like, what? That doesn't just happen to people?
How would you describe her tone
Weird.
when she asked those questions of you?
To me,
This is why he's
incredulous,
testifying.
would be
Well,
fair
Andy
to
found the
say.
figure.
Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Who's surprised that this man hasn't lost it with somebody? Listen to him for 3 minutes. None of us are surprised. All of us are like, of course,
Does anything
Ben's
else
never
stand
lost
out
it
about
on
that
somebody.
flight?
Ben doesn't do that.
It was
Ben's like,
fairly
"Are you
calm. After
crazy?"
that, it was calm. But I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was. And I think, I can't remember eating even, just slept most of the flight
I'm sure he was exhausted.
until obviously we landed or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
How would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks.
Does she have scratches
Very
on her
uniform,
arm?
in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
So after you woke up.
What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
He's really a critical witness.
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she's pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously, they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment. I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. And then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
I'm sure Ben's like, I need therapy, a
How long were you in
massage,
LA?
a nap, some dinner.
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia,
So interesting.
what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors.
Yeah, I imagine.
I brought in, and just getting the house
We
back
had to fix shit.
as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Miss Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes. Yeah.
He's like,
And
I
how
was
would you describe
baffled
their interactions?
that they were interacting
Again,
at all.
initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant.
I see the
almost
bafflement.
Honeymoon-like, I would say. They
Honeymoon-like.
strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed
Honeymoon-like.
fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes. I mean, many.
I mean,
Several more. Yeah.
and how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seem to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right. Nothing further.
All right. That was a great witness. Let's see what Cross brings. Don't be mean to Ben. If you come for Ben, we will be outraged in the chat.
Good afternoon.
Ben's been lovely.
So to understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together, I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of.
He never
Right.
says they
Actually,
arrived together.
Mr. Depp arrived first.
Let him
correct?
finish.
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that
I'm feeling
Ms. Heard,
preemptive.
Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia.
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015. Isn't that true?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'll allow
Sorry,
it if
what
he
was
can
the
answer it.
question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them
Yes.
argue when they came
Mhm.
back, in April.
No, that's not
correct?
what he said.
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there. Yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days, not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th,
That's not what he
2015,
said.
correct?
I think there were.
Objection. Misstates testimony.
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
Woo.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Snappy.
Specifically, that the day, not necessarily, no.
And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper was open by that point. The blood had dried up and
I'll be
it was sitting
chatting
in
for a
the sort of
moment, but
nest
I'm not
of this
chatting to
paper.
y'all
yes.
So like
Yeah.
someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue,
So it was in kitchen paper, is that right?
or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it,
So like a paper towel?
like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you
Kitchen
say kitchen
paper.
towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may stay a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
Okay.
like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
Okay. You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection,
I
foundation,
didn't-
speculation, relevance.
I'm just asking if he saw, he said he saw, he said he saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question if you can answer it. That's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house.
And
I didn't see him at any point.
do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice. Yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia unless you saw him at the house or on set, is that right?
I saw him at the house, yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5
Were
filming,
you-
yes.
But were you with him?
Mom
No, but
stuff.
security
Sorry.
with him, and I had to liaise with him for when they would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days, no.
So
I
you
just
really
wanna
didn't
make
know where he
sure- I
went.
want to be clear. There were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he
They keep
injured his
bringing it
finger,
up.
Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And then
Mhm.
Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA, yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right? 2015.
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection,
That I-
foundation, speculation.
I didn't. Oh, sorry.
His objection.
Look, he's so sweet. He's like,
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll
This
allow
is-
his objection if you can answer it.
this is
That-
going to be off-putting to the jury.
The filming of Pirates of Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I didn't know when it resumed, to be honest.
Fair.
I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
I wasn't resident there. This shocking difference in cross
Now,
is going
When you arrived at the house,
to be interesting to
you
see how
saw
the
a
jury
significant amount of
responds.
damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean,
This
there
ain't
was
a scene.
a
It's a
fair
goddamn
amount of
arms
damage.
race.
The house was wrecked,
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
and the house was not in a good state, correct?
I think he
Yeah.
There
said
was a
that.
lot of damage throughout the
You
house.
gotta object first, and then you have your objection,
Yeah.
Mr. Mars.
Objection.
Stand, and it helps. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll rule you.
Vasquez is like, dude, you have to stand up and object so the court knows you're objecting.
And
It's fair.
you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down
This
in
isn't
the lower
Rottenborn.
ground
This is a
floor,
different
correct.
attorney.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
He's asking leading questions, which
In
is fair.
various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There
We
were
haven't
smears
seen
and drips
Depp's
on the
attorney
carpet.
cross
So there were
yet.
smears from the master level up to the
So we'll
up to
see.
the bedroom area. I mean,
But
from,
it's
from the
jarring.
main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
It's
Like someone
jarring.
walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Or down. I mean,
Yeah,
Up or
there
down,
was
the
but
blood
from
stairs
the
on
main
that
level to
staircase.
the, up from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Don't talk
Correct.
over him.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on the wall-mounted TV.
Is it a
in front
sofa?
of that sofa?
Or
And
is
the
it a
sofa
couch?
was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen, exactly.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood. Okay.
This is a
And
style
the
of cross.
Lights were damaged?
The fast
Some
questions.
lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
What do you mean by in and out?
Yes, I mean, there was, I don't completely understand what
I
you
don't
mean.
know what the fuck
There
you're
was-
asking.
There was alcohol bottles, yes, there was, in the fridge, I mean, there may have been a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined, I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area and the staircase and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor, correct?
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded, yes.
Okay. And you were there, I think you testified, it took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
I don't doubt that at all.
And you said that is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house no, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it?
I did not, and thankfully that was
Audrey,
something
there's lots of
didn't have
feeds
to
where you can go
replace.
watch without legal
Do you know if anyone
commentary,
else saw that?
Painting.
but I'm not going to shut up.
Speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
There's objections.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop? That's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can
He's
see you
very
better
much
when
like-
you do that.
Understood.
Okay,
He
I'll
has to
sustain the
stand to
objection, that's
object, and that's the problem. But no, this is
And you
this is
said that
legal
Jerry Judge was
commentary,
at the house,
Audrey.
correct?
So you can watch
Correct.
without
And
commentary, I
he's the head
swear.
of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Miss Hurd on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
Yep.
I'll
Yes,
sustain the objection. Next question.
that's cross.
Did the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper,
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper.
He did not like
Yes,
her being
she
called a
was going
cleaning
to
lady.
be- I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
The reason Ben is now able to
Yes,
stop
thank you.
is because the attorney is standing to
concern-
object, and that's why he
Sorry,
can see it.
what
There
do
was
you-
concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage.
The
that was been done,
housekeeper.
correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Heard, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Heard, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Heard was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
It's his own statement.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the
Housekeeper.
house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway.
Are they going to
Good-
try to bing him for being
good team-
discreet when
team
working with
members.
As a
celebrities?
house manager, part of your job is you said you work with high profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree
Don't
that
put
one
words in
part
my
of your
mouth.
job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust
And-
and discretion. Yeah.
And
Trust
Mr. Depp was your
and
client, right?
discretion.
I'd worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes, but I was self-employed at the time. Yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct,
And Heard.
essentially, yeah. And Miss Heard, both
Uh-huh.
of them the principals.
They were the
Who paid-
principals.
And do you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean, their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
Okay. And can we put up Defendants Exhibit 377?
It better be a picture of
Which
a
is
painting that's
already happening.
defaced, or I'm going to lose it. Lose it. I want to see the picture. If some picture got defaced with the penis, why isn't it in evidence yet? They've talked about it for days, and I have seen no painting that is defaced. I've seen a lot of other damage. We've seen writing on mirrors and window shades, but we have not
Mr. King,
seen
do you
this
see Defendants
alleged
Exhibit
painting.
377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
Ugh.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
He could have just asked, what is
Yes,
it? But
it
that
was-
would have been open.
I believe one of the lamp shades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I like
I
that it has
did,
the
yeah.
date
It was
on
part
it.
of my walk around to
Okay.
see
And,
what.
and what floor was the lampshade on?
Let him
This
finish.
was on where the
answering.
art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level. Okay.
Yes,
Um,
excuse me.
and was this
Jade, you're
did you
welcome.
notice it was dark paint
Hello
that was
to
on
South
the
Africa.
lampshade?
Certainly looked like it, yes.
Black and white.
And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata.
Okay. And can we put up Defendants
It all
Exhibit
comes back to the
374, please?
metadata. I'm pretty sure I did, but who knows without the metadata when anything was done. With 23,000 of you in here, go ahead and
And you recognize
like and subscribe over here on the YouTubes.
Defendants Exhibit 374
I'd
as a
appreciate
mirror
it.
that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And
Yeah, they should
this
auction off the
mirror was in the
lampshade.
bathroom, correct?
Pay for the
Correct.
legal
There were two
bills.
mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master bathroom.
essentially.
And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
Is that what you
Um,
see? Is that what you see?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
was
know.
writing.
And was this in the writing? Was it in paint?
There is
I
a
believe it was
British
the same
male Siri
paint,
voice.
the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
And did you take this picture?
Thank you.
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up.
They haven't shown
Defendants
any
Exhibit
metadata
375.
or dates. He's going to sell all this art in his NFT collection. Possibly.
this writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Oh,
And could you
it's a
tell
lot.
if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I
To
just
clean
knew
it?
I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right, your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that
Thank you,
one was
Marisol.
oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just saw it was something
welcome.
sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was
Oil paint.
oil paint-like.
Okay. Did you see paint? Did you see also any
Don't fight him on
writing
the
in
lipstick.
blood?
It's dumb.
Writing, not necessarily.
Okay. Now, did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA?
I agree. We have lots of things for Ben to do.
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes?
Not that I could see. Not so much. Not at that point of packing. I mean,
There was paint in the tub, correct?
say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what he
I
said.
don't-
That's not what he said.
Out loud.
No, that's not what he said. He said when packing, I didn't see that.
Now,
He didn't say about not seeing that on Miss
you
Heard's
said you were in charge of
dressed.
the cleanup, correct?
The way they're
Yes, it
answering
was my
questions is kind of
responsibility.
disingenuous.
The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge and
Is she staring down her attorney?
cleaning
Or
up
is
the
she
house,
looking
is
at
that
the
right?
jury?
On the day that I arrived there,
yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos.
Photos of the house.
How would he know?
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
Speculation.
I took a few. Yeah, I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the three that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
You're welcome.
No,
Do you know what you took the photos with?
my phone.
And who would you have sent those photos to?
And send them to anybody
Insurance.
at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Cross
Yes.
goes fast.
Where are they on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices. Yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't give that to anybody?
There were a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Some
Who
of the
asked you for the
people
photos?
or some of the photos?
Um,
That's not
I was
clear.
involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
About this shit.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled all out.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos it gave them to.
So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, that certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage, yes.
You took photos of the
Damage.
walls with blood on it, is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right, that was damaged?
At the end of the bar and in the bar, behind the bar, by the sink, yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
I think he said
Yes, as part
foosball.
of
Did he
the
say ping pong?
bar
or
area,
foosball?
I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of, there was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
The glass table, I don't recall a glass table.
Okay.
Always, Alicia. Thank you. That's
Did
very
you take
sweet.
photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
This is
And
not Rottenborn. This is a
The
different
only time you
attorney.
gave those photos to anyone, you're saying, was in the UK case
Kind of.
a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else, yes.
I love that he's protecting his credibility. He's like, no, I've only shared them when required by
And it costs between
law.
It costs about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that
I
right?
don't doubt that.
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, you know, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, it's about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Now,
50K, 75K, potatoes.
you said you
He has the same
flew back
cadence,
to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
but a different lawyer.
I didn't fly back with
I
Miss
mean,
Heard.
flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Miss Heard,
Whoa,
correct?
whoa, bro.
Okay.
Chill.
And you were asleep for most of
Chu
the
is
flight,
trying not to
correct?
laugh.
For a lot of it, I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it, yeah.
You were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Miss Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so, you know, what happened?
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty
Fucking
clear what I
obvious.
was referring to.
Let me ask again. You did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
He might be.
With her answer,
Correct.
she didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
You have the copy.
We will definitely see how he deals with this and we have redirect after this to see what they have to say about the photos and who they were given to, if they were given to the lawyers in the UK. But they're trying to make it seem, of course, like Ben is hiding something or he's protecting Johnny Depp in some way. And we'll see what the jury thinks of it. But his style of asking the questions comes across abrasive that the point might get lost in it because of the way he's peppering him, where it's like, sir, you work for Mr. Depp. Sir, you did this. There's a different style here. And I think this is my personal preference in cross-examination. And I have a different style, obviously, than other lawyers. And what I do is not always right. It's just what worked for me and what I found
Mr.
works
King,
for juries.
You testified on behalf of Mr. Depp.
This jury likes
the
this
UK,
witness, I'm
correct?
sure.
Correct.
So why yell at him? Oh, so now
And
we're getting to
you
UK
provided two
transcripts.
witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
He doesn't sound
if
as angry.
You take a look
Good. Calm down.
at page 1103 of your testimony.
Lori, these are different lawyers in the UK
You see how
because
the
these are
pages go
American
in
lawyers.
fours?
So she would have had UK lawyers. These lawyers might have been involved with her at that time, like dealing with this case because this case was ongoing. But no, they had different representation in the UK because
You
different,
see, it's actually on the
totally different
bottom
legal
right.
systems.
bottom right. You see that?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
And if
Ben
you
would
actually
only do
look
it by
at,
subpoena, I think, too.
You see, starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question,
Why?
she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring that she
Hey,
was
well,
making that
let him
statement about
answer,
Mr.
bruh.
Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house. And she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
And then you went to sleep.
at that point,
And then you went to sleep and then you had the flight the rest of the
sometime after that, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm, is that right? on the
That's
flight?
right, towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
If
curious
we could
about
put up
that.
376G.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. I wonder if they are bringing up photos. It's interesting. They try to use the UK testimony to say,
you
see, you said something
recognize
different in the UK, but he didn't
this
say
picture?
something different in the UK. It's a different, it's
I've
like the
not
first
seen
part
this
of a
picture
conversation
before.
and then the second part of the
Were these
conversation.
were these the cuts? Did you see cuts like this on Miss Heard?
Is that misheard?
Why don't we put up 376?
No foundation. I've not seen these pictures before. He didn't really say cuts or scratches. He said marks or lines. He didn't really get into describing it. But on the UK case,
Do you recognize the person in that picture?
they're trying to shift what he
That's
said a
misheard.
little.
All right. And did you see cuts like that, which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the cut. It was the cuts
now
were
he's
like
saying
this
cuts.
on her kind of wrist, forearm area. Is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform
No.
like they do here, yes.
Completely different legal
Like to
system.
enter 376C into evidence.
Though you could have U.S. lawyers that are also barred in the UK. I suppose it could happen.
No objection.
Okay.
You have to be admitted there as well to practice there. It's a very different system of law school and practice. It would be unusual. So is he talking about these? What's the date of this?
And can we put back up 376G?
Okay.
Seeing 376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G? Are these consistent with the scratches you saw in Miss Heard?
I don't know what they're
I
assuming.
don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the
It's a very
same
good
date?
question.
Oh, my
these
question is, are the scratches similar to
Whoa.
what you saw in Miss Heard?
And that's not what he's
These are
saying.
uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to enter
Scratches.
376G into evidence.
I don't
Any
think.
objection?
I mean,
Yes.
foundation. He
Yes.
hasn't authenticated the documents
Yes.
with this witness.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with
I'll
what he's.
allow it 376G.
There's still no foundation.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems to be the same picture of her with her arm up. Now that we've seen it, I reversed myself. So it seems to be the same dress that she was wearing just earlier.
Now, you were in the house, you said, for 12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th.
Jalyn, I agree with you. Ben is a gentleman
And
and a scholar.
you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
Interaction with Mr. Judge, yes,
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you're in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
I'm not going to speculate on how she got the cuts because it's not been introduced into evidence and the jury can't speculate at this point. I think the most important
And isn't
question
it true that in the entire time you were there?
is why didn't she cover
you were
them in a
not
formal event if she
informed
covered
as
everything
to
else?
What caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking what he wasn't told.
Yeah, that's not a good
Sustain
objection.
the objection. Next question.
That wasn't a good sustain.
You
That
didn't
was a
know
fair
what
question.
could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper had told me he'd sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
objection, hearsay.
No, that-
Wait, you asked the question.
Okay, you said he sustained an injury to his finger,
Yes,
but you don't know what caused the injury to his finger.
one of
correct?
his fingers.
But you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same
re-
objection, Your Honor,
recall.
hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. He answered it.
That's funny.
Now, you understand that there was.
You can't object to your own one.
a
You
phone in
asked the
house that
question,
was
bro.
recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording,
Ben didn't
People
hear
were
because
cleaning
I
up.
was talking. Sorry, Ben.
At that time, no.
but you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation,
Yeah,
hearsay.
he says he doesn't know.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
He just said he didn't know. So then it's asked and answered, and you can just do it that way.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Carrie.
I would like to
He objected to the answer to his own question.
defendant's 378. It's a recording. I want to play a couple of times.
No, you don't need to play a
07
couple of different timestamps.
through
Are we getting
1319.
video?
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I would also use.
I like the
I'd also
Vasquez is
to
coming in clutch,
play
telling him what's
1951
happening.
through 2138.
And is this going to be used again, or is this,
I think it would be A.
okay, 378A, any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we
Your
do have
Honor.
an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Heard and Mr.
Okay.
Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay,
Okay,
unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Can we
sure.
Sure. Let's approach. But this is the clutch of having a legal team there. Ms. Vasquez is like, hey, I think it's going to be this. They've got 800 exhibits that they're dealing with that we've heard them identify so far. So it's fair that the other lawyers are like, hey, I think they're going to get into this, and this has the voices of other people, which you can't do. It's very interesting to see the way he's trying to style the questions. But the lawyer asked a question, the witness started to answer, and then he said objection hearsay. And it's like, you asked for it. You elicited that answer. So you get what you get and you don't get upset. But anyway, loving your stream, watching this at 4 a.m. in Thailand. We stand Ben. We do stand Ben. So we are all still waiting for Picasso pictures. Question: do attorneys often object to their own question? They shouldn't. Again, the objection to the answer would be non-responsive. Your Honor, objection, non-responsive, move to strike. Like if the witness starts going left and talking about something you didn't ask, you can object to an answer and say it's non-responsive, but it was responsive to his questions, so you can't quite do that. So, yeah. What about the virtual witness scheduled for today? We're not getting to another witness. Court's done in like 20 minutes for the day. Ben hasn't done redirect yet. I don't know if there will be much of it. I'm going to get to some questions and super chats for sure while I'm doing this. And then, yeah, sorry for the brief interruption earlier. My kiddo came home from school and needed to tell me something. So I'm like, buddy, you don't need to come on camera. You just need to tell me what's going on. So thank you all for understanding that, mom life. Was he aware of all these recordings? Johnny Depp said that he was not aware of some of the recordings that have come in. So no. And he said it, he's aware of them now, but he said it when he was talking about the video with the slamming doors that he didn't know she was recording. So Johnny Depp has made that known on the stand. Will Johnny lawyers be able to, I'm assuming this is ask Amber why she was recording so much? Yes. And I hope that they do. I imagine her lawyers will want to frame that on direct examination. And I imagine her lawyers will want to say something along the lines, and this is my guess at their legal reasoning, that the reason she was recording so much is because he was unstable or because she was afraid or because of this, that, and the other. And that's why she was recording so much. They're going to try to get ahead of that and frame it in a way that suits them. So I think it'll come up on direct examination for sure. Honestly, if there isn't one person on the jury that can relate to these conversations on any level, one way or another, I would be utterly shocked. Yep, I would too. Again, a jury is made up of humans, and that's why we have a jury system like this. It's not judges who just look at the law. Our jury system looks at everything. They look at the facts, and the jury determines the facts. And you've got 12 people that have to determine it together and talk it out together the way we're talking it out in the chat, where somebody says, but what about this? And you go, oh, that's a really good point. But what about this? You're working together instead of one person seeing it one way through one lens. I did this because you did that. Maddening. Some of those audios were definitely maddening. Coming from experience, the story spinning by a gaslighter is repeated to the victim, so they question their own thoughts, and that might be part of why he recorded too, and we'll get to that, I think. Wow, powerful redirect. I thought the redirect was good. Hey, what would have justified recross here? I don't think there was anything super damaging or problematic, and the judge probably let them know ahead of time when they would be allowed recross.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Going back to the photos that you took for a moment. Of that damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
He lost something.
Yes.
Okay.
Because now he's
Did
backing
Mr.
up to try to lay
Depp
foundation.
ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos for Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Are we talking-
Withhold any photos from anybody?
Are we talking about
I didn't
UK counsel?
withhold.
Did you give all the photo? Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Are we talking
Not
about
all
UK?
of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them. I don't think so. No.
Are we
You
talking
didn't give them
about
all- you didn't
UK
give them all
counsel?
to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
Because there are a
Good question.
decent amount of them. I mean,
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't. No, an amount. I don't recall how many.
More
An
than three?
amount.
Yes,
More than 10?
possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
I mean-
Hasn't been answered.
Overruled on that.
Only if the
you know?
attorneys make it matter.
Sorry.
She overruled you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Possibly more than 10.
and they
yeah,
haven't here.
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
Possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't think so.
They need to get
Did
pushing.
Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
Yeah, they need to get
You don't
pushing
recall one way
about
or the
this.
other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020,
Correct. Prior to
prior to the UK
that, yes.
trial? Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
Okay. And was that about the between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
But it was the same amount of photos that you gave to the Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK.
That's not what he
I don't know
said.
if it's the same amount. I don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage?
Asked and answered.
I don't know if they requested them all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings. Were the,
Did Mr. Waldman
the
ever ask you for the photos?
Let him
I don't know
answer.
if he asked me specifically. If he was part of that team, I assume so.
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago. Yeah,
Okay. And he
Who's
was
he
part of the
looking
team
at?
that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that
No
right?
he
objection.
was part of that team, as I understood it. Yeah,
Okay. And as part of that team, he and others were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
they requested them at some point. Some of them.
This is
And you
just
provided,
cross.
and that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos,
An
is that
amount
right?
of photos, correct.
Okay. And then was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Because there's
yes.
not much else to go
There
on.
was.
Yeah, I mean,
Was it-
it was
was it that-
essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you
Photos.
for photos in this
Let
case?
him
I don't
finish.
recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I don't. I just part of the team. I don't recall.
It matters as to whether he's
And
trying
when
to
did they make that
protect
request?
Johnny Depp and whether he's withholding
When?
things
I
or whether
don't know a
counsel's
date. I
withholding
don't know
things.
specifically.
So it does
You know, what
matter.
year?
This year, last year. I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes,
Okay, but not all of them.
correct.
So do you have more than 10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
This is when Depp's attorney
But you have a
should
larger amount on your phone than what you
object.
provided to Mr. Depp's counsel. Is that right?
Objection, Your
That's-
Honor, asked and answered.
That's
It's cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, the
It's
judge is
asked.
annoyed and was like, counsel, where the fuck are you? Stand up and say something.
Going to London.
This is
for
not a good line of
a couple
questioning.
minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct?
Okay. Do you know if Miss Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes,
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct?
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point, what do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Our
Oh, they
video
were all
froze.
enjoying the wine for
They
sure.
were all drinking the wine.
I've got to refresh. They were all drinking the
I
wine.
took care of them as I would take care
Let me
of
look
any
for a new
guests that
feed.
came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay. And then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount, yes.
But do you know how many, you don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends, correct?
But I would say more.
You don't know, but you don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more
More.
than when there were just 2 of them in the house because
you
there
don't know-
were
but you
7
don't-
extra people or 5 people.
But you don't know the count.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And
recall.
do you know how much time Miss Heard was in
I'm looking for
London
other
with
feeds.
Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time.
What-
I
what do you-
don't recall days, no, I don't
Let him
recall.
finish.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say they, Miss
Miss
Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks.
Sorry, y'all. We had to switch feeds.
You don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner.
You didn't
and
know what
leave
was
later that
happening. Ben's
each
like,
night.
I know
And then
everything.
after the chef left, you
I'm
don't know what happened
Ben.
in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
Ben knows things.
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the 2 of them in the house, there was usually only 1 glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct. But when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct? And that-
I wasn't there after I left.
okay.
I wasn't there after I
Um,
left.
And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand.
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
That evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened.
Kylie, I try to get
I
to all the
wasn't there.
super chats when I have a break if it's a question that I need
And
to take
you-
more time to answer.
Never saw
yes.
Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see
You
either
gave
of
a-
them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right? Just
I
wanted-
didn't see her be violent, depending on your.
Definition of violence. Finish the
I can
sentence.
show you a witness statement where you said you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay, violence. Yes, I didn't see violence per se.
There we go. An answer.
All right, thank you. I have nothing.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I've got so much to say. Do I have time? Do I have a minute? Them harping on the photos is not going to be a good look because Amber Heard didn't turn over any of her fucking photos and there's still motions pending about it. So if you're going to harp on Ben
Mr.
about
King, have you
these
ever been
photos are
employed
so
by Mr.
important. then
No.
what's good for the goose, man?
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right, I'll sustain is leading.
It is a
Strike
little
the answer.
leading.
Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you,
That's
where do you live?
foundational.
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
No. That's not leading. That's foundational. Are you fucking kidding me? Calm down.
We heard some discussion on Cross about photos, which I suspect you remember.
Redirect is Depp's attorneys getting to ask
Why
again
did you take the
after
photos of
Cross.
the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs and various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone. I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know
BRB.
I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you had taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain is leading. Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Miss Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
I'll sustain is leading. Next question.
Did Miss Heard ever ask you to take any questions? Question. Do you know where Mr. Depp hides his mega pint? That's a great question. I don't think we're going to get to it.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159?
Sure. Let's take a look. The reason I think the photos matter so much is because they're going to try to say, see, he's protecting Johnny Depp. But if they're making a big deal out of the photos, like if you weren't hiding anything, why wouldn't you turn over all the photos? That's going to round on Heard's team and bite them squarely. They can't make the argument, see, he's hiding things, he didn't turn over photos, when Amber Heard hasn't turned over photos, and it's likely that there will be a jury
multi-page document. Can you
direction about it.
Scroll through? I think we have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination, you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now on the screen in front of you,
Yep.
Which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So
But
can you
would it
mark
be on
on
this
the,
floor
on
or
the
not?
screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How
I
does
think
that
you just
work?
dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
The mirrors.
I don't think so, Laura.
Can I dab on here again?
Should
Sure.
we dab?
Yeah,
Sure.
So
The judge
these are
has
the
a
sinks
particular way
with
they
2 mirrors were
rule
above each.
on
The mirror above
replies.
each sink.
on objections, and it's been consistent.
Can we scroll up to the page prior?
Can we publish it to the jury so we all can see it? We feel left out of the loop. You guys are having a conversation that we're not a
And
part
can
of.
you point out for us
Not yet.
on this page? Well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor, essentially the second floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out
Thank
for
you,
us here
Julie.
on this map which of the where the property damage was?
And if it was published in the
Yes.
courtroom, you'd see them looking at the screens. They're
how
trying to
many
look at
dabs am
these
I allowed?
screens. How many dabs am I allowed? Just a wee few, Ben. A wee few.
Around here,
I know,
kitchen
we
area.
all want to see.
This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV on. I ran out of dabs.
And I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Thank
Any
you.
objection to 159? All right, 159 in evidence.
Can we publish
He,
this to the
he
jury?
might be. I think the judge is a little over some of the
So, Mr. King,
nonsense.
I apologize for interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on the, I think this is the second floor?
Yes, essentially the main level. Yeah.
Okay, so other than these three dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV was wall mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red square, red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge is sorry, too quick.
This is a really large home in Australia that's already been made
The
public,
lounge
but it
was
seems like they
essentially
rented
the,
out. So
art
no,
studio.
I don't think people will try to dox whoever owns this rental. Hopefully not,
And the
but it's already
bedrooms.
been public.
Over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page.
I agree with you, Kathy.
And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
There's a rumpus room.
Okay, and
I
can you
fucking
point
love
out
this.
For us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you
you
point out to us where
Point
you
out
found the finger?
where you found the
Yes,
finger. Damn it, I
I
wanted to
can.
screenshot that.
Right here.
Can you please
There we
point
go.
out where you found the finger?
It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the. Can I dab again? Yeah.
Dab again.
That was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelt like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
So the bar area was a fucking mess. At least there are purple
So,
dots.
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area.
I'll talk about this at the break.
In front of the bar.
I have a video about it.
There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-colored tiled floor in the games room.
I feel like Ben's offended
And
about
this
this
is the
damage in this
staircase down. It was this
house.
side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar, the chunk out of the side of the counter, bar top.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits, you know, all these, my office was off over here. I think you can just see out, it says study, big glass sliding door.
Oh, this is the study.
The gym had an exit
Trophy room.
up here. This went into the garage. There was a button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The
Oh, there's
laundry
an
area,
elevator.
which is right here,
Interesting.
this is actually an exit.
Passenger
into
shaming.
the
You're
yard,
asking the important
essentially.
questions. None of the attorneys have asked it though.
The gym, all of those rooms had an exit.
I want to know what's in the trophy room now. I'm very curious about these rooms. The rumpus room, the
Other
trophy
than,
room, all the rooms.
Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody
many
else ever
rooms.
ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
He's looking at the judge going,
No.
do I answer?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
I think this is going to be the end for today.
All right, sir, since you're subject to
Subject to
recall, it's
recall.
important that you do not discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
I think we're going to be done for today. They're approaching. I wonder if they're approaching to talk scheduling. Have DR to testify how Amber Heard wounds could be. I have no idea. We will see. But we are done with Ben King for the moment. I imagine they are talking to the judge about scheduling. It is 5:30, almost 5:35 Eastern Standard. The court said we're only going to 5:30 today, so I think this was a good time to finish. I have some points that I would love to talk about with regard to how much they hammered on about the photos. I think that could end up biting them. I think it's short-sighted to really make a point of, well, you didn't turn over all the photos, because we know that Amber Heard has not turned over all of her photos. So again, the jury's going to be like, well, if this is such a big deal, isn't it a big deal for your client too? And that could matter. But they had to do something because Ben was a great witness for Johnny Depp, I think, but also he really told what he saw. He told where he found the fingertip and the glass that was around and the damages. They're like, did you ever see any urine? I mean, I don't think those granular details are going to matter for the jury. I think that Depp really said, this is how I got hurt on this bar. And, you know, with getting hurt
Ladies
on
and
the bar
gentlemen, that
this
comes to
way,
the end of our day. So we're
it
going
was
to excuse you
consistent.
for the evening. Again, do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, have a good evening. All right, thank you.
And we out. We out. We out. The judge has a post-it. What's going to happen? I want to know about the post-it. Tell me about the post-it. I wonder how the jury was reacting to today in court. It'd be interesting to see. Also, all y'all in the audience, you don't have to stand for the jury. Again, it's not mass. The lawyers stand for the jury as a sign of respect, but y'all don't need to stand for the jury. Like, we're
We
not
just
saying
have
the
one
Pledge of
housekeeping
Allegiance.
matter. We're going through the exhibits you gave me this morning. Thank you again for that. But one of them was 485,
This
and I
judge
have in my
has to be
notes that
tired.
was 485A, just the first page, but you gave me all 8 pages. Have you both agreed that all pages of this document come in, or is that something that
Good catch,
should I
Your
get
Honor.
485 back and you can try again to give it back to me tomorrow? Okay.
Try
All right,
again
I'll give that
tomorrow,
back to you. We'll
friends.
see
Good
what
catch, Your
happens
Honor.
tomorrow.
And this is why she's
All right.
taking note of exactly
Thank
what's
you.
coming in.
All right, and are we going to start with a remote witness tomorrow? Is that going to be your first witness? All right, make sure she's signed on by 9:40 so we can have it all set up for 10 o'clock start,
She.
okay? All right.
The judge is like, and fuck it, I'm done. We're out. We are out. You know how I like to leave the courtroom feed up to see everybody exiting, who interacts with who. I thought Ben was a really good witness. I'll do a summary later today, but I thought Ben was a really good witness. I'm going to take some time to answer questions, answer your chats, and talk about what we saw in court today. I will be live tomorrow during our, well, slightly ahead of our normal coffee and cursey words time, because court does start at 9 a.m. Central. I normally start at 11 a.m. So I'll be streaming from 9 till when they take the afternoon recess. And then I will be done live streaming for a few days, as I am going to be off at a live event. I will be back for sure to stream for Amber Heard's testimony. It's going to be a while until we get there. And others here in the LawTube community, including Legal Bites, are streaming live. So just to let you know, but tomorrow morning, same bat time, same bat channel. If you have not liked and subscribed and do the YouTube things, go ahead and do that. If you're so inclined, you can follow me around social media for those quick bits at the Emily D. Baker. That's where I am. I know a lot of you have found this channel through the trial, but pop culture legal commentary is what I do up in here. Today was a day, y'all. Today was a day, like a full day. My voice is tired. I brought Where did it go? I brought throat spray up here today. Did my cat steal it? Somebody stole it. We had to take a mom pause in the middle. Husband is driving all over the place today because court was going late today. This stuff is the greatest. Hashtag not sponsored. Dry throat and hoarse voice spray from Entertainer's Secret. It's so good. We're going to be living off of this for a while. I love that whatever YouTube just auto streamed to said viewer discretion is advised. So YouTube is now trying to like make me watch more trial because the other one ended and I'm not having it. YouTube, stop auto playing. Don't auto play me, YouTube. Let's talk about what happened today. And let's talk about, I'm going to answer your questions. I have like 100 questions that I have. So we're going to be talking. Fred was absolutely sneaking off. Yes, we binged again at 221, but we're close, I think, to binging at 222. So again, you guys go ahead and like and subscribe because we're rounding the bend. And I will also link in my Quick Bits channel where I have kind of the shorter takeaways. I know a lot of you have asked about the Milani makeup situation. I did a really short video. Really short for me. I did a really short video on that on my second channel. We'll just show you that real quick if you want to go find it. Because I added that second channel for this kind of stuff. So the Quick Bits channel has some of my shorter reels, and then oh my God, that video is at 947,000 views on my second channel that's not monetized, which is fantastic. But that video is there for you on that channel, which has grown because of that video growing. So that video is available. And then some of my other reels. Oh, that one grew too. Some of my other reels through it. And I'm going to get distracted in the analytics of YouTube. So I'm going to turn it off. But that's just Quick Bits with Emily D. Baker. If you want to go search it. I now want to redo the banner. I've now gotten ADHD distracted. All right, let's get to questions from today. I will be doing a quick bit at the end of today too. Ashley, I have not seen anything that it would even come close to warranting a mistrial, but generally if a mistrial is ever granted, you start over unless it is granted for extreme misconduct and it gets dismissed with prejudice and you can't do it again. You guys, I know a lot of you were annoyed with this cross-examination, but it had a much smoother pace. And with the much smoother pace, that was a more typical cross-examination. It was a little bit hostile for me with a witness that didn't need to be hostile yet. That witness, you could have questioned him in a much more friendly way. And then if he started getting vague or snippy, then you can push up the heat. I think lawyers sometimes come in a little bit too hot. I think it needs to be a slow boil. Treat the witness with respect. And if the witness starts clapping back at you, or if the witness starts being hostile with you, then the jury's on your side when you kind of clap back at them. But when you start out hot, it's a little bit too much for me. And I think that we will see that from this jury. So Ivan said maybe he works with Elton. We don't know who Ben works for. He was very discreet. I vote Ben reads the rest of the testimony. I would love it. Every time they have a UK transcript, Ben should just get up and read it. It would be like, let me read the UK transcript into the record. I thought Ben was a wonderful change of pace. I also thought it was a very good strategic call to have this witness follow Johnny Depp. And I'll tell you why. When you get a strategic witness like that, that builds the credibility of the testimony you just heard. We heard all of Johnny Depp's testimony about what happened with Australia. We know that Amber Heard's side is going to characterize that differently and say that he cut off his own finger, et cetera, and that he lied to people about it, what have you. Getting a witness that is a neutral witness, I think, a neutral witness who observed things, who found the finger, who saw the glass broken, who saw the blood. Getting an observational witness who was there, who was not inebriated, who was not involved in this relationship, who has not worked for Mr. Heard for years and years, or Mr. Depp for years and years and years, who met Johnny Depp and Amber Heard when they were together, is a very important witness to bolster the credibility of Johnny Depp's testimony, which is why he's being called in Johnny Depp's case in chief. I thought it was strategically a very good call. Pacing wise, it was also a good call after how heavy some of Depp's testimony was to bring in just something different, a change of pace, a change of accent, a change of testimony, observational testimony, succinct answers, a professional house manager to the rich and famous and the royals. It's all fascinating stuff. Becca said, long-time watcher, first-time subscriber. Well, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for your coverage experience and breakdowns. You're welcome. Again, I can't believe I've been a lawyer almost 17 years. When I realized that this week, I was like, oh, I've got to update my intro. Kick their assets, Johnny. I mean, this was a good witness for him. How do they get all these high profile people to testify? This would have been a choice with Ben, because I don't think they could have subpoenaed him, or they could have issued a subpoena, but they would have had to go through UK courts. I don't think they would have officially subpoenaed him that way, because they haven't officially subpoenaed others that way. I think it would have been Johnny's team asking him to come in and Ben agreeing to come in. How do you think she got Aquaman 2? Amber's team. Whoops, Johnny, whoopsie. Oh, let's see. Lindsay said, Ben is so endearing, Emily. I'm glad so many new folks are finding you. This is a lot of hard work. You deserve it. Well, thank you so much. I want to talk about this trial, and I'm really happy to talk about it with y'all. Donna said, I've been a house manager for many years, Beverly Hills. The secrets we keep. Oh, I'm sure. It is a profession of trust and discretion. A little wild with Kat. I don't want a Ben. I want to be a Ben, working and hanging with the celebs, but none of the public eye, which actually would be fascinating. And there is lots of room to work with celebrities. I worked at a courthouse that covered like Beverly Hills and kind of all the rich and famous areas in LA. And we definitely got to meet a lot of the people that are behind the people. Fascinating, but exhausting work. Just kind of relentless and unending work. Question, are there consequences for losing a case as a lawyer? I mean, not really, other than like the personal disappointment and beratement that you put yourself through. But no, I mean, your clients can be disappointed. In civil law, it can be that you get less clients. Winning tends to have more of an impact. Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. Winning big can have more of an impact than losing. Cases get lost. It happens. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. Why do they keep approaching? So every time they approach is when they're arguing out objections or evidence with the court, or discussing it. I mean, arguing sounds like, but discussing it with the court, and it should be kept out. This should be kept in. They're sorting it out. They don't do it where the jury can hear, because it can, A, you can't unring the bell, and B, it could be seen as the attorneys, testifying, and they need to chat it out with the court. So that's why they approach to deal with these issues. So they're not going, well, Your Honor, it goes to show this and this and this. Well, the jury can't hear that. So it needs to be outside the presence of the jury to explain to the judge what the theories are on both sides without it prejudicing the jury. Heard's team has big bang the table defense vibes. Yep. When the law isn't on your side, or the facts. Exactly. When the law's not on your side, when the facts aren't on your side, object, bang the table. There's not much they could do with Ben other than, well, you didn't turn over all the pictures. That's really most of what they had today. Last I checked, Emily was on 203 subscribers, now at 219, now at 221. Well done, Emily. Absolutely deserved. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is it too early to start the whiskey? No. Ben King's testimony is too juicy. No. Isn't happy hour anytime? For those of you that have been watching the trial, Johnny Depp said that a few days ago. I desperately need Ben King to start a podcast and tell anonymous stories from his time as a professional house manager. I doubt it, but I really want him to work with a ghostwriter to publish a book under a pen name. Kind of like the one that's there's a great book about the White House, and I think it's called The Residence, that has stories from those who have worked in the residence at the White House that are fascinating. I would love a residence style book from Ben and the other people that work in that London scene. It would be fascinating. Whether he did anything, he is behaving entitled. I'm not sure who is behaving entitled from 240. It could be Johnny Depp. I imagine it could be Johnny Depp. Thank you for all you do, listening for a while. But now remember, you're welcome. You're welcome. Our members only live stream, our next members only live stream. We're going to have a lot to talk about. I love Ben's British candor. I do too. And I love his little cheekiness. I loved it. JD treats his staff better than some people, Amber, treat their own family. This man is a fantastic witness. I thought Ben was a great witness. Seems like he's already become pretty comfortable in the stand. I feel like he will provide great unbiased information about their way of life. I think he did that. Let me know in the chat if you think that, if you liked Ben as a witness, and if you think his testimony held a lot of weight. His testimony might hold more weight for the jury than other testimony. I love when he said it's Friday. Yay. It was a great moment. Because he's not so in it, right? Johnny Depp comes across as wanting to win. And even though you can understand why, he comes across as wanting to win. Ben comes across as this is the shit that I saw, so that's what I'm going to tell you about. It doesn't come across as having a point or having a side, really, where Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are both going to come across as trying to win for the other. I mean, I imagine. We haven't seen Amber testify. Take a shot every time a lawyer says hearsay. Dangerous game. Dangerous game. Can lawyers turn off a jury? Yes. yes, lawyers can very much turn off a jury. I've seen jurors roll their eyes at lawyers. Not me, hopefully. And if it was me, I didn't see it, but I've seen jurors roll their eyes. I've seen them be like you can tell some jurors are more expressive than others. I've heard that this jury's been pretty stoic from the interviews coming out of the courtroom, very not reacting. And I wonder if it's because of how much attention's on this case. I recommend watching Made in Chelsea. It's like a Buckingham Palace takes on Real Housewives. My Essex accent is very different from his. I think Made in Chelsea sounds great. I did watch Ladies of London, but they had a bunch of Americans on it. New subscriber, welcome. Thank you. Love this witness. Very, very important for him to remember details and names in his line of work, and uncomfortable for him to have to disclose private details. That's exactly what I read too, Vancouver Vixen. That's how I saw that. Sheer Smash Channel. Hey, Emily, why wasn't there recross sending love? I don't know why there wasn't recross. So I don't know. Sarah Reese, call into the H3 podcast. They need your insight. I don't know if I have time today yet, but it just depends on what time I am done here. And also I don't think they asked, but it just depends on what time we're done here. Made with Mavis said, found you this week. I'm already a big fan. Thank you. Thank you for your commentary on this case the last few days. You've been my BFF. Well, welcome to our crazy little world, just talking about this case nonstop. Thank you, Judy, for the compliment and the super chat. I absolutely love your channel and you. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Can we call Ben Mr. Poppins? I mean, sure. More of an Eliza Doolittle here, born in London, but I don't sound as good as that. He has a very posh accent, or my American uninformed perception of a very posh accent. Well, you guys, Londoners, you can all tell me. Hello from North Carolina. I work at a law firm where we primarily do civil litigation. We rarely get to trial with our cases. I love being, quote unquote, in court with you. And this is an important part too, when I give commentary or critique or criticism to the lawyers, that they did not do nearly as many trials as I did. And to have one of the few trials you try in your career on such a large stage is a big deal. In criminal law, it's basically like, hey, it's Tuesday, go to trial. Hey, it's Wednesday, can you do another trial? You're in trial pretty constantly early on in your career, and you definitely find your footing with thinking on your feet. In court, in civil, that's more done in depositions and through documents and you suck letters back and forth, like the snappy kind of letters that we're seeing Rosengart and Spears, James Spears's lawyer, going back and forth with. That kind of stuff makes me want to barf. I never wanted to do it. I still don't want to do it. Reading it's kind of funny because it's shady. It's like, you govern yourself accordingly. Those letters, that's a lot of what civil litigation is, not being in court every day, which I liked. Link said, end of the week. Yay. P.S. Love you and everything you do. Well, thank you. Carol said, if it is determined that they both were in the perpetrating and receiving end of abuse, do they both lose? They can. So far, that's what it looks like to me. They can both lose because they can say, hey, Heard saying it's abuse is not defamatory because we think there was some abuse there. Even if it wasn't, proven to be physical or sexual abuse, we do think there was some abuse there. And so what she said's not specifically a lie, but also him or his attorney saying some of this was fabricated, also not specifically a lie. Yes, they could very possibly both lose. I can still see that as a possibility. Nothing has turned my mind from that being a very strong possibility. Woke up at 6 a.m. to get ready and I don't regret it. Wonderful. I woke up too early and I am starting to regret it, but after we're done streaming, I have family stuff and then I have to pack because I leave tomorrow afternoon. EDB, the sailors wanted me to send you this thank you for you to buy a rum runner with a floater on them and say thanks from the bar crowd with feed. Well, thank you, Sandy O'Brien. Hello, sailors. Hopefully you're also a Yachtly crew. That's where I was this weekend. Emily, you gorgeous guy. Well, thank you. That's a compliment I definitely don't deserve. I've been listening to you for so long now and I don't want to listen to anyone else. Who do you recommend during your leave on YouTube? It depends on your level of snark and sass. There are multiple channels streaming and you've got to find the channel that you're right with. Ricada is streaming. Not everyone likes the way that he makes jokes about things. That's fine. But if that's your style, there it is. His chat is more of a Thunderdome chat, and Legal Bites is streaming and she brings on a lot of commentators. So there is a lot of conversation on her channel, but she brings in a lot of different perspectives. So those are the two that are consistently streaming. Alita has said she's going gavel to gavel. I don't know if Ricada is going day in, day out, gavel to gavel, but he might be invested now. I'm not sure. So it really depends on what commentary you prefer. So, and I'll have a new video up. The week 2 roundup will be up on Wednesday. So I'll be streaming Tuesday. Roundup will be up on Wednesday, so you might miss me Thursday, Friday. I might try to stream from the road. I don't know yet. Romeo said, was so cool to see someone on the bus watching your stream, sitting right next to me, also watching, have a mega pint in Stockholm. So cheers to this brilliant channel. That's so fun. It's like, I see you, Leonard. I see you in the wild. King attempted to say what he was told. It doesn't feel like hearsay. If he tried to say he was told to keep the wine handy by an assistant, thought it's not really hearsay because it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to explain his actions. And some of that stuff came in and some of that stuff's not worth fighting over. And that's part of being an attorney, is picking what's worth fighting over. Any idea on what will happen to Amber's daughter after all of these revelations about her behavior? I don't think anything. Hopefully it doesn't affect her later in life when she has to see all of this. I worry about that for everyone's kids involved in stuff like this, is that eventually they're going to have to see how the public perceives their parents in this very real and very ugly life drama that is playing out on screen. But I mean, I don't think this is the kind of thing where you get like child protective services involved. There's nothing to indicate that she's done anything to Johnny Depp's kids or anything like that. So I don't think anything other than maybe everybody needs more therapy. ... Rottenborn, love your videos. I mean, rotten. It's like, darn you, Rottenborn. That's how I feel about his name sometimes. Question, which lawyers have been asking Johnny the best fair question so far? That's really hard to answer when you go by fair, because cross-examination is not meant to be fair. Cross-examination is meant to kind of fillet the person's credibility and story. Cross-examination is meant to bring out unflattering evidence. It's meant to point holes in somebody's story. So like our traditional notions of fairness is not really what plays in an adversarial proceeding like court. It's not, it's different than a criminal case. This is meant to be very, very, very adversarial, and criminal is still adversarial, but there are different constitutional protections when somebody's accused of a crime and could lose their liberty by going to prison or to jail. This is different. This is fighting over money, over whether what somebody said was a lie or not, and it's much more adversarial than criminal. So I think that Amber Heard's team has come in very hot in their cross-examination of everyone. I don't know if it's their firm's style or if it's what these lawyers think they should do. I thought the lawyer who did cross for Ben had a better cadence to his cross. It's not my particular style, but he was very well prepared for that cross. He listened well and capitalized on those questions well. It was a much smoother cross experience than what Rottenborn had, but Rottenborn did have a lot of exhibits to work with. Rottenborn, though, when he got objected to, kind of fell apart and started huffing and puffing. He was like, but Your Honor, this attorney just kept moving. He was like, no, we're just going to keep moving. It was more of a steamroller type of an approach, but he knew what information he wanted to get to, and he was relentless in trying to get to it. So though his particular style and the aggressiveness with which his voice came off didn't appeal to me at all, I think it was a much better cross-examination than we've seen. And it's not really fair to juxtapose that to how Heard or how Depp's lawyers have been doing, because they haven't done cross yet. For civil attorneys, I think direct is much more comfortable. It's what they're used to. It's what you do with your clients in a deposition all the time. There was a random unnecessary came in about Meghan Markle. I see the Meghan Markle hate group in here. I don't know. Be careful. They're a dangerous hate group. I have Jersey. I don't know what that's referring to. Okay. I don't know what that's referring to. Does the jury get to hear all of the audio or only snippets? This is a great question, Mr. RN. It depends on how the audio is introduced. And that's why the court kept asking. And I talked over a lot of those parts because for us, it's not really relevant. For us, it's like this audio is being admitted in its entirety is what they normally say. The evidence is being admitted in its entirety, but I'm only playing this timestamp to this timestamp and then this timestamp to this timestamp, which means the jury could go back and listen to the entire thing, which they probably will, which means deliberation could take 2 or 3 weeks of deliberation if they go through and want to listen to everything. So it just depends on how this jury wants to parse through the evidence, but they can go listen to everything in its entirety that's admitted in its entirety. Some of these are admitted in shorter form. Some are admitted in full form. That's a really excellent question. Thank you. Heartbreaking hearing that today. I think I've cried like 5 times now today. He was shattered when he was done and walked back to the table. The testimony about the call in San Francisco where he's like, I just wanted this to end nicely, or that audio was definitely hard to listen to. Do you feel like he was saying he would die if that's what she wanted when he was explaining the situation with the knife? I didn't get the thoughts that he was worried about self-harm. I got what I got from that testimony from Johnny Depp was, what else do you want from me other than my blood? You've taken everything from me. Do you want to cut me? Do you want to hit me? Do you want to kill me? Like, what else do you want? You've taken everything. I heard someone that was at the end of, I can give you nothing else. What else can I give you? You've taken it all. That's kind of what I heard. I didn't really hear him saying I wanted her to kill me or something like that. I didn't hear that. I heard it more as, fine, have my blood. You have everything else. That's kind of how I took that. Deborah said, as a lesbian, I had almost an identical experience to Johnny Depp. Didn't Amber Heard have a domestic against her in 2009 that was dismissed? She did have a domestic with her former either wife or girlfriend. That will come up on her cross-examination. And it is, I mean, when people think of relational violence, unfortunately, people think too much of heterosexual relationships and don't realize that in all forms of relationships, there can be relational violence. And I also think people think of people who are a little bit older, like people who are, mid 20s and up, but relational violence can also happen in new relationships with high school students and college students. It's not talked about enough how broad these patterns can play out, in my opinion. Can the jury request to listen to the entire audio or just what is evidence? They can only listen to what's been admitted as evidence. Sometimes that will include the entire audio, as I previously stated. So that's a great follow-up question. The timing of these comes in so well. Law nerds, you're also smart. I appreciate you. You're very smart, and the timing is great. For the Catholic Mass comment, I needed a laugh during this. That's what it felt like. Everybody's like, oh, the person in the front stands up, and then everybody else is like, we're supposed to stand, and they all stand up. It's like, no, you're not supposed to stand. They're like, we don't know the rules. Stand, sit, kneel, whatever. It is hot in my office, and I didn't turn on my fan today. Emily, are you a judge? No. If not, you should be. No, I don't. I would rather be here with y'all, though I am not opposed to presiding over like, influencer court. I'm happy to be the Judge Judy of influencers. I'm here for all of that, but no, a literal judge in a courtroom running these trials, no thanks. Running for judge is expensive. Being appointed to judge is not something I ever wanted to do. I wanted to be an advocate. I really like being a commentator quite a lot, though. Pour one out for Ben. That sounds like a bad day at work. Ben's had really bad days at work. Can you imagine getting called at 2 a.m. and being like, Ben, we need you. There's a situation. Just be warned, it's fucked, and we're looking for a finger. And yeah, it's bad. And then you walk into a house and there's chunks out of the marble stairs and a coffee mug embedded in a TV. I'm gonna actually that photo's on Google. And I'm going to pull it up. But like, you walk into work and you're used to working with kind of posh, high net worth individuals, and you walk in and get that. So I'm going to find that photo. Coffee mug TV damage, Australia. Because when I Googled it the other way, all I got was a bunch of coffee mugs that people are selling. I didn't get the pictures from Australia. Let's see if it's in here. Oh, I don't see it. I'll have to go find it later and post it on Twitter. But there is a photo of the coffee mug, I think, partially lodged in the television. So I will go find that at a later point in time. Oh my God, you guys, we're almost at 22,000 subscribers. Thank you. So, question, do you think he's ever had to find a finger while working for the royal family? No, I'm sure he's had to do other shit while working for the royal family, but finding a finger, probably not. He is providing clear explanation of the scene. Prior to this, it was very hard to visualize and put together. Melody, I agree. All the testimony we've had about Australia wasn't this linear and was a little more disjointed, but you can understand, given that Johnny Depp was drinking during that time, on painkillers during that time, I think, because it's really hard to tell when he detoxed to when Australia is from the testimony that we have so far. And he had a substantial traumatic event during this time. So his memory of what happened before the traumatic event, like other than right leading up to it when the vodka bottles start getting thrown, that's when his testimony got real clear, very, very clear. Like, we were kind of fighting about her not being in the will, and we were fighting about the prenup. And then he kind of gets dialed in right around the injury and then says, I felt like I was having a mental breakdown. And so with that traumatic event, I can understand why the details ahead and, on either end get kind of fuzzy. Oh, I wanted to talk about this. And I made a note. I think one of the things that was really important is that when Ben was testifying about trying to get Amber Heard either a hotel or trying to get Amber Heard to go to back to Los Angeles, she said something here. I wrote it down. Like, if I leave now, it's over. I wanted to get the quote right. because it stuck out to me at the time. And then their testimony was going so smoothly. There were no pauses at all in it. The quote I wrote down from as I was watching it was, "I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave." This was like a month or so after they were married, and they were still fighting over the post-nuptial marital agreement after the wedding. And they were fighting over, her being in his will and stuff like that. So it's very telling to me that she was like, if I leave, it's all over. Like, I haven't signed a prenup. I'm highlighting that and keeping that statement in the back of my mind, because I think Johnny Depp's team will argue, see, she was focused on this marriage. She was focused on trying to stay in this marriage for whatever benefit for her. And I think that Amber Heard's team will say, see, she wanted to be in this marriage. She wanted to be there with him. It'll be very interesting. But for her to look at Ben on the plane as he tells it and say, haven't you ever been so mad that you've just lost it? Have you talked to this man for more than 10 minutes? Because, honey, like, if you have talked to this man for more than 10 minutes, you've seen that he's like, have you ever gotten that mad? Probably not. Ben deserves a raise. Ben needs a raise. Ben does deserve a raise. Ben probably makes a very comfortable living doing this. I need a Ben/Isaac buddy movie. That would be hilarious. Thank you for the super sticker, Kylie. Hilarious. Reminds me incredibly of Stephen Grant from Moon Knight. I have not seen Moon Knight yet. I have not had time. I finally started to watch Spider-Man No Way Home on the plane yesterday, and I started it too late because I had fallen asleep. And so I didn't get to see the end of it, but I get on another plane like tomorrow, so it'll be fine. But I was like crying during the flight trying to watch Spider-Man. Oh, man. Shamita said, so this is what bloodbath meant then. It might be. This might be. He said there was blood everywhere, but it wasn't like Kill Bill blood everywhere. It's like blood drops and smears everywhere. So, hi, longtime lurker. Hi, Jess. We must protect Ben at all costs. I felt very protective of Ben. I really liked his testimony. Did anyone see the jury selection? No, it was not televised. It was not made public in any way. Also, as an MA EMT, a makeup artist, all her bruises seem self-inflicted or faked. That's their argument for sure. They should bring in an expert based on photos shared already of both parties' injuries. We'll see what experts they bring in about the photos. The attorneys are off-putting. I don't know how the jury will read that, but it is off-putting. The first questions don't seem relevant. They were kind of establishing foundation, I think. Jesco, not everybody who comes across the stream knows exactly what we're doing over here. And so if they just came across the stream and are like, why are you talking? It's like, because we're a commentary channel, but it's okay. If you're new, you don't have to stay. Seeing with you all the way from Brazil, I'm really impressed with Amber Heard's team, and it's not in a good way. They seem kind of lost sometimes. I mean, yep. I appreciate your commentary, Emily, helping me understand. That is literally my goal here, is to help everybody understand and learn and see what's happening in court, because the big moments aren't necessarily the big moments that everybody else takes away. For me today, Ben saying it's all over, like, I can't leave, it will be the end if I leave, that was a very big moment for me. But I think the big moments they were focusing on is what she said on the plane and whether she turned over photos. But Ben talking about finding the finger down by the bar contradicts all the stories we've heard online where the finger was found in the kitchen, and Amber Heard's team saying that the finger was found in the kitchen, further indicating that he might have cut off his own finger. And it's like, no, it was found like wrapped in a kitchen towel, down by where the injury, he says, happened. And that makes more sense, especially if he was trying to make it stop bleeding and then took the towel away and the rest of the chunk went with it. It didn't like go flying elsewhere. It makes sense to me that that's how that went down. Like, Ben's testimony made that story all make sense. So this is getting helpful to distract me from coping with a disc injury. Disc injuries are the worst. I've had a discectomy and a spinal fusion. I feel you. You make this case much more easily digestible. Thank you. I try to. Metadata this, metadated that. How about Rottenborn start metadating? I don't know if no one has time for a relationship with her in this trial. Love to hear lawyers' comments, and I joined. Well, thank you so much. We do legal commentary here. Amber Heard's attorney is being so crass because he called his client a spoiled teenager child. Possibly. I mean, that's possibly why the attorney came in so hot. But I mean, we've heard that description of Amber Heard before. This is not the first time it's talked about her acting childish or petulant. So, LK said, Emily, I keep watching you instead of studying. I'm sorry. Tell me to study, please. Hashtag ADHD. Study while you're watching. Thank you for your great commentary. I can't look away. Well, we're done for the day. Go study. Yes, please. Why is hearing audio from others a problem and hearsay? A, they didn't consent to having it in. So if some of these things are not recorded in a way where they were subpoenaed and stuff like that, their words can't come in, but also they're not the witness. Depp and Heard are both witnesses in this case. What somebody else said that's not on the witness stand that can't be examined or cross-examined about it is hearsay. It's literally hearing what someone else has to say. So that's why it can't come in. And they're going to be very guarded about that because other people's opinions about what's going on in that moment is not, well, here, it's not admissible evidence unless that witness comes in. Ella, thank you so much. Hey, call me Al. I was thinking about our conversation in the members only stream when we played the music video for Call Me Al this weekend because I went to go see a band and they played it live. That photos bunch question was 100%, but you didn't hear the hun because you were washing your hair. Yeah, I was washing my hair, which is a callback to another case we've covered. As someone with a good deal of knowledge in court cases, can you say from what you've seen in which way you reckon this case is swinging right now? I can't. I want to see what's presented by Amber's case. The timeline is still really fuzzy to me, but I want to see Amber's case because that's after Amber's case. I will definitely give you my thoughts. But for now, I think the court of public opinion is where people are winning or losing. The jury's told not to deliberate this case until later. I'm seeing some points that Amber Heard's team's really going to have to address. And those are the same points they were going to have to address before the testimony started. So the things that are surprising that have come in, some of this testimony from Ben just was really clear. Surprising moments. Well, we'll see what happens with that Milani makeup and stuff like that. So we'll see. Why is Amber Heard's lawyer so mad at Ben? I don't think he was actually mad. I just think he sounded mad. I think he sounded like that's how you're supposed to do cross. I don't know. I hated it. I hated all of the this is how you do cross. Rah. Don't, man, he's been a really steady witness. Just calm down. Emily, would you have taken this case if Johnny Depp asked you? No, nope. Not for 1 million or 100 million alpacas. You know why? Because I wouldn't have wanted to deal with Amber Heard's lawyers for 3 fucking years. No way. I want to sit here and talk to you all about it while it happens. Was the finger in the hearsay papers? Yes. This 16-year-old lawyer is running down the clock like it's in a high school basketball game. Well, at least you gave him a compliment with looking young. What exactly is considered leading questions? They are questions that are either yes, no, or that assume the answer. So it's on May 16th, 2016, you were at the house in Australia, right? Yes or no? And it's your testimony that this and this and this, yes? And when we heard Amber Heard's, Johnny Depp's lawyers asking a few leading questions like, did Amber Heard ever ask you to do this? It's a yes or no answer because the question is giving you the answer versus did Amber Heard ever ask you to do anything? Or in that time, did she ask you? Asking good open-ended questions is hard. Asking good leading questions is also hard. Leading is appropriate for cross. Open-ended questions are appropriate on direct because on direct, you need to get them to tell the story, not testify yourself. Is it normal for counsel to talk over a witness? For some counsel. Yep. He just wanted the yes or no and he wanted to move on. So he was going to keep barraging the questions. I'm surprised the court reporter didn't put up a hand for both of them and be like, stop talking over each other. So did they just give up on Elaine? I have no idea. Are they able to bring up the Milani makeup? I have a video about where I think that will come up. I think it'll come up after Heard testifies. She has to testify about using makeup. I think it'll come up then. At first, I didn't think Johnny's story about the finger injury made sense. It's just too crazy and over-explained. I've totally changed my mind now. And Crystal, this is a fantastic comment. Thank you. I think a lot of people probably feel that way. And I'll probably put up a poll if this witness changed people's opinion of how Johnny told his story about the finger, because he brought all of the kind of evidence around, like there was glass here, there was damage here. He brought all of that up. Girl, you're sliving. This has really outlined your knowledge in a courtroom. Well, thank you. I mean, I guess it's hard for me to wrap my head around it because I spent 10 years in court on my feet doing trials. So it's, again, it's my experience and I forget not everybody has that much court experience. So I just subbed so I can say how much I love Ben. Well, thank you for subbing to say how much you love Ben. Hopefully you'll stay. We do good things here, I think. Overall, how credible did you find Depp? I found him fairly credible. I don't think they did a lot of damage to his credibility. But I think if their tact is that he's hell-bent on revenge, I think there is some of that came in his testimony. He kept trying to not talk about himself, but talk about what she did. And you could see some of that coming out, especially today, where he's like, yes, but this, and yes, but that. He kept wanting to throw things back at Amber. And I don't think that is going to be well taken by the jury. If he wants to just tell his story, fine. Don't spend so much time of your time to tell your story trying to throw her under the bus. Your lawyers will do that for you. So, but overall, I thought a lot of it came across as credible. Jumbled, I think things will absolutely get lost in the mix, but credible. Jacqueline said, fledgling law student / single mom here. And oh girl, do I have a ton of questions. I'm sure. But I'd love to know your thoughts on Amber Heard saying, see who a jury believes, because damn, by the way, the Galaxy hair, and thank you for all this streaming. I mean, that audio has been out publicly for a while, but I think it's going to be damaging for her in the eyes of the jury. She is going to have to do a very good job. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? How do you explain yourself going, oh, big man, Johnny Depp, you're a victim of domestic violence. You go tell people that story. See who believes you. I mean, whether a jury believes a domestic violence victim would say that to their abuser will be interesting to see, won't it? And I think if anything, it shows that Amber knew that she was abusive. And I don't think that's a question at this point, that she was abusive. Can you imagine one of Johnny's lawyers has an earpiece listening to this podcast live? I doubt that. They need to focus on court. Both people have their issues and use foul language against each other, but yeah, interesting. They did. And it's like, okay, y'all drank. On audio after the finger incident, Jerry Judge said he saw scratches on Amber's arm, but believed it was self-inflicted. I don't think we're going to get that testimony unless there was a deposition done with him before he passed. What brand are your glasses? I think these are Dolce & Gabbana. I like them very much. I think they also have tortoiseshell ones. I like these. These are my reading glasses. My other ones are Tiffany. Thank you for making this easier. You're welcome. Can you explain what happens if Johnny loses the case? Does he have to pay Amber? Only if she wins. If they both lose, everybody goes their separate ways. If he loses and she wins, then yes, he has to pay her. The jury will decide how much. If he wins and she loses, she'll have to pay him. The jury decides how much. If they both lose, everybody spent a lot of money on lawyers. Did I understand right? Amber smashed Johnny's finger, then was immediately taken out of the country. Interesting move. I don't know how immediately, but it was within like the day or two. It was like this huge fight blew up. And then it was like, she can't be here. And Johnny Depp testified about that too. She can't be here. I need her out of my sight. Like I need her gone. I need her not here. And so it was either go nearby or go back to LA. And it looks like go back to LA 1. That was all made much more clear with the testimony today. When asked about her return to the USA, did she say it would be over unless she felt guilty about what happened? I don't know. What I got from that in the testimony was really, if I go, it's all over. Like if I go, it's all over. But is that, I was thinking the marriage. That's how I took that. Been watching you since Friday. Hello. Love your work. Thank you, subbed. Yay. The Last Witness has a London accent. The Last Witness has a lovely accent. I love it. I love his London accent. Don't make me start singing London Boys by Taylor Swift because I don't know all the words. It's just, God, I love the English. That's what's stuck in my head. Frank Perry said, new sub, thank you for all the law stuff. You're welcome. And less of the fluff. You're welcome. I sometimes fluff my aura, but no, we do both. But during a live trial, we're focusing on what's coming in court, what objections are, what matters. We're doing legal analysis in real time. Great way of putting things. Thank you. I liked doing fraud cases. I liked explaining complex shit to people. That's literally my favorite thing to do. Why did Amber record so much? Weird. She needs to explain. I think part of it was therapeutic. I think some of it, and this is what I'm taking from outside of what we've seen in trial. We haven't really seen an explanation in trial. It needs to be explained because it is weird. But yeah, it's a strange thing that she recorded so much. And Johnny Depp's team is going to say she was setting this all up. She was staging all of it, the melted ice cream. And that's part of why they're letting some of these photos in and videos in. It's going to their argument that she's setting all this up and then lied in the op-ed to boot. Like she walked in on him and started recording, and he was not aware she was there and was pissed off about something else. And she started recording. Why? And he kept saying, why is she recording so much? We're going to get a lot of questions on cross-examination about why she was recording. And I hope they go incident by incident. Slamming the cameras. Why'd you start recording? Well, I thought I was in danger. Really? You walked in. He was mad. You could have just turned around and walked out. He didn't know you were there. He's damaging the house. All right. Well, it's not your house. It's his money. It's his house. They're his cabinets to assault. Just found your channel and I love the content. Thank you. May I ask when Amber will be testifying and how long the entire trial will last? We're in week 3 of a 6-week trial. I don't know when she will start to testify. It will probably be in a few weeks. We banged. Did you see it? Did you see it? We're at 2:22, y'all. We binged. We binged. We binged. We're going to bing. For those of you new here, the law nerds will tell you what we binged means. Here you go. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Ah! I appreciate this comment, White Mamba. I didn't know they both could lose. Yeah, a jury can say no one is liable here. It's a civil case. They can absolutely do that. They can absolutely do that. So, Jasmine K listened to a podcast that Johnny has audio that Heard admits to setting him up. I would need to go find it. I know nothing about that, but I think you guys are chatting amongst yourself and I grabbed it. So yeah, I will look for some more questions in the chat. I want to get to super chats, but I also want to get to, I know not everybody can super chat and I appreciate your support for all of this. The Red Queen, please collab with Bailey Sarian. I love Bailey Sarian. I don't think she does a lot of collabs, but we have chatted a little bit on Twitter. I think she's brilliant. But if there's ever a time, I mean, I'm never going to say no. I think Bailey's great. I really like the way she tells stories and I like the way she breaks stuff down. I do current stuff and she does true crime stuff, but I'm sure our worlds will collide at some point. How does the dynamic of the trial change if Amber Heard wasn't countersuing? Not a ton. It just gives one question to the jury instead of 2. So, and Johnny Depp doesn't have to try to defend those statements. I don't know how much defense they're going to put on for it with her countersuit, but if you guys want a breakdown of that, I have a case brief on this channel that kind of goes back and forth with who's suing and countersuing. I'm not going to get into it too in depth here just for sake of time and my voice. But it would just really shorten her case and they wouldn't be bringing out those comments said about her. And then the jury would have less to decide is really it. This is a great question, Mr. Who. Is it feasible they both win? No, I don't think it is. And I'll tell you, let me tell you why. I don't think it's feasible that they both win because Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard over the op-ed where she talks about being a representative of domestic violence and accusing him essentially of, well, their theory of the case is that she's accusing him of being a domestic abuser or being abusive towards her or having abused her. And he is being countersued because his lawyers said that her statements are a hoax. So his lawyer said she's a liar, essentially. I mean, when you boil down all the statements, it goes to her not telling the truth. So if they find that she defamed him, then they're finding that she lied. And if they find that she lied, then the statements about her being a lying liar that lies aren't defamatory. But if they find that she didn't lie, they can find that Johnny Depp's attorney did defame her by saying she was a lying liar that lied. And the jury could say it's kind of half-truths on both sides. And if it's half-truths on both sides, you didn't defame each other. Y'all wrecked yourselves. We're done. So no, it's not feasible for them both to win. Yes, it is feasible for them both to lose. So that's how I see it. Yeah, that's how I see that. So why does America still use a jury system? It's in our Constitution. So without a constitutional amendment, jury system it is. Ben is a global treasure. Emily, how do you stay wrinkle free? I don't. I wear glasses. We wear glasses so that you don't see these in here. And I try to hydrate. And right now I'm just kind of sweaty. So question, is Johnny Depp's team at a disadvantage because the jury will have to sit through her case too and will remember it better? Always an issue, always something that comes up, but then closing arguments should bring it all together. The thing is, when Amber testifies, they're going to have all of Johnny Depp's testimony in their head and they can kind of go like this with it. They're going to go like, so they can counter it back and forth. When he's testifying, there's nothing to counter. Emily, we want you on Watch What Happens Live, please. I mean, if I'm invited, I'm not going to ever say no. Ever. Just found your channel. Love the content. May I ask why Amber? Oh, I think that was the last one I answered before we switched to try to get to some others. True, my daughter had a 13-year-old try to gaslight her. Yes, it happens. And a lot of times these are learned behaviors. And I'm not going to get into how I feel about all of that. But Octo said, we're strategizing influencer court. Hold on tight. Yes, we are. It would be fun, at least as a content segment. I've always been a true crime junkie, but never understood My mother's interest in court trials until now. Thanks for the insight. You're welcome. Not all of them are this interesting, but when we're interested in the stories, when we've seen it play out on social media, when we're seeing it play out online between two massive celebrities in a civil court with cameras, who isn't fascinated? Please, everyone, take some time for self-care and love. Yes. Long and emotional testimony. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome. And a huge thank you to the mods for very long days of writing and making sure that the chat is a nice place to chat where we're not diagnosing people. It's one of the things that I feel really strongly about. Like, I understand that people are like, I recognize traits of narcissistic personality disorder. I recognize traits of this. I recognize traits of that. But I also don't want us just saying, oh, every time somebody acts like this, they're this. It's not our place to diagnose. And I know for me personally, I have ADHD and dyslexia. There's times when people are like, oh, I got that wrong. Haha, I'm so dyslexic. It's like, but are you though? Because if you're not though, it's just, okay. So I want to make sure that the chat is always a safe place to have conversations about the law that's happening without feeling like people are being put on blast or diagnosed and things like that. It's just not our place. Merci, Emily. Cheers from Paris, France. Can a global movement of sympathy for Johnny Depp may influence the jury in a bad way? The jury's not supposed to look at anything on the internet webs at all about this case. So no, it shouldn't. But if they see it afterwards, could it make them second guess themselves? Maybe, but it's two different questions. The question of whether Johnny Depp was defamed is a very narrow and specific question. The question of did the media lie on Johnny Depp and take Amber Heard's side early, or did Johnny Depp also get abused? Those questions are broader questions than what the jury is asked to decide, and those questions are being decided by the court of public opinion. Kathleen said, I thought the recording about the statement about separating that was done when they were both violating the TRO was interesting insight into Amber Heard. It was interesting insight. And it seemed like it was interesting to hear him saying, we could just write a statement. We could just do this. We could just do that. But again, violating a TRO is very common. And, abusers violate TROs. Victims of abuse violate TROs. It is not uncommon. They can only protect so much. Can the jury ask for clarification on stuff such as timelines and specific wording? No. After everyone has been questioned? No. So they can come to a decision? No. Grand juries can because they have a more investigative function, but traditional juries cannot. It is the attorney's job to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and present it in closing argument in a way that the jury can distill it. Because again, they're building the building blocks, but the jury can't see the instructions. The jury's only seeing like a pile of Legos, right? But they're not seeing the instructions on what it's going to look like at the end. The opening statement is supposed to give them a roadmap for that, like a preview. This is what it should look like at the end. This is the picture on the puzzle box, if you will. I've just switched analogies in the middle. Sorry. This is the picture on the puzzle box. And that's opening statement. Here's the picture. And then what they're getting is like random pieces flicked at them. It's like, here's this piece and here's that piece. And then in closing, it should be the instructions on how to put that puzzle together. And then they have to go back into the jury room with all these pieces they've gathered in their hands and go, all right, how do we put this shit together again? Let's give it a try. I'm using the puzzle analogy from now on. I'm keeping that one. We bridged from Legos to puzzles. That one works. New in the chat, love you. What about poop phobia? We have heard nothing about fecal phobia again. Can Depp bring it up that Amber has a newborn baby? Probably, if they even circle back to the fecal phobia. Your attorney says you have fecal phobia. How do you change your child's diapers? I don't know if it's really relevant. It might come across as snarky, but we'll see. What do you think about the drowning text? I think it was quite damaging. It was early on, but still, he talked about it today, saying it was from a Monty Python sketch. Burn her. What do you do if you can't burn her? Drown her. About the witches in Monty Python. I think it is damning. I think he also tried to explain, look, Paul Bettany didn't really like my wife. At that point, I didn't really like my wife, and this is how we texted. So I think the jury might be like, but who the fuck does that though? Check out TMZ. They released body cam footage from the Rust set. Talking to Alec, you do an awesome job. I have not checked in on Rust in too long. It's by the time this trial's done, I'm going to be like, shit, has everything happened? Have people been charged? Have crimes happened finally? Because Rust is something I am also very invested in. Thank you for your chat. I love what you do. I would hire you if I needed an attorney. Laura, I appreciate the compliment. I'm just here to do commentary on the interwebs and occasionally consultations, but those are a very limited and specific thing. Was at a musical this weekend and talked about a lawyer YouTuber. In this case, during intermission, 4 people turned and asked, is it Emily? Oh my God, Jimmy. That is the greatest super chat ever. Thank you so much. I mean, y'all have great super chats, but I love that people turn around and was like, is it Emily? I mean, I just sit here in my house and kind of do the things, and occasionally, sorry, chew ice on my throat hurt. But that blows me away. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Is it Emily? It was funny because I talked to a reporter from the LA Times a while ago, and she had reached out to one of my team about it. Was like, hey, I need to talk to a lawyer about this, and she's like, oh, we can do this, and she's like, oh my god, I watch Emily. It's Emily. That was great. I can't understand why Ben wasn't asked if the marks were seen before the flight. I don't know either. They didn't ask him on redirect either. So they didn't. They also never clarified about her clothes. It felt a little disingenuous to me. I was hoping they would get it back on a redirect. Maybe it's a detail that doesn't matter. But they were trying to bing him on, you didn't see blood on her clothes. You didn't see this on her clothes. I'm sure somewhere there's a picture of Amber right after this happened where her clothes are disheveled. But he was in the middle of talking about packing her clothes. And so they were talking about two different things. It annoyed me. Do you think Ben was coached to mention metadata when looking at photographs? I don't know, but I think I don't know if it came up in the UK case. I imagine that's why it would come up if it came up in the UK case. He shouldn't have been coached to say anything. He should have talked about, when you talk to witnesses, you wait till the objection's done. Don't answer over the attorney. Make sure you understand the question. If you don't understand the question, don't answer it. If they rephrase it in a way that's not what you said, don't answer it. Ask them to re-ask, stuff like that. Not like say this, say this, say that. I realize in civil practice, they get more into going over witness statements, and he's already given 2 statements and testified. So they will go through and be like, does this refresh your recollection? Stuff like that. But he shouldn't be like, say this, say that, because that's not true. His testimony should be true, and it should be what he remembers today on the stand. Lady Dutch said, you are fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for the work and your consistency, providing us with your legal knowledge. I saw a clip from Court TV where someone mentioned that the jury has males in their late 20s. I know there are some younger men on the jury. Thank you so much. Poor Ben, how traumatizing to find a severed finger. What a true professional. I mean, I want to know the weirdest shit Ben's ever seen. Is this the weirdest, Ben, is this like the weirdest shit ever? And were you just like, fucking Americans, I'm out? Like, I have so many questions for Ben, none of which are relevant to this trial, really. What are the special lenses you and Johnny Depp wear for ADD? Mine are through Erlen. I don't know what his tint is through. They look similar to mine for me. IRLEN.com is where I did my you can do a self-test on their website to find if tinted lenses might be right for you. They might be right for some. They help with both my ADHD and my dyslexia. Just found you last week, and I'm so glad. Where do I get a facts, not fuckery shirt? LawnardShop.com has all of that kind of stuff over there. So LawnardShop.com. I hope we see a female testify for Depp, because seeing only males right now is not a clear picture. Or it is a clear picture, but I don't know if he had many females around. I don't know if he had any women on his team. And I don't know if that was because of Amber Heard. I don't know how she would have reacted to him having females on his team. So I don't know. I don't know what we will see on the witness list. I need to go back and look at it. I haven't looked at it in at least 2 weeks. Not very familiar with the terms used in courts. What do they mean by hearsay? I know we talked about that earlier, but again, hearsay is offering what someone else that's not the witness testifying in court has said as truth. So, so-and-so told me this, so that proves that. That would be hearsay. Can Johnny Depp's team bring in Amber Heard's ex-wife for questioning? Not now. They would have had to do it before that. So, question, has Amber Heard's own past history of domestic abuse been brought up? It would really solidify that there's a pattern. It has not been brought up. It can be brought up, but it won't come up until she testifies. So, Sandy said we had a bing every day. Oh, we've had multiple today, for sure. For sure. Lori over on Facebook said, when you were the victim, it's hard and scary to get away. I had all the money. I mean, and that can be very true for Johnny Depp. We will have to see what he says for sure. So, would anyone know if the jury does internet research? Yes. it normally comes out when they talk to the other jurors, because they all have to talk. And if a juror is like, oh, but what about this? The other jurors will rat them out in a second. And that happened not with internet research. It happened in the Cardi B case, where one of the jurors was trying to talk about the case before they were allowed to. And the other jurors like, Your Honor, they're doing this. Jurors, look, when jurors are in panel, they take it very seriously. It's like, this is my civic duty. I'm here. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want somebody else to mess it up. They take it very, very seriously. Question with regards to not being able to view external coverage. What would happen if a witness would breach this? We already saw it with Gina Deuters. She got removed in the middle of her testimony. I can imagine it would be very easy to accidentally do this in a high profile case. It is their job to not to. It is their job to not to. So, yeah, she got removed in the middle of her testimony during the first week. Question, let's say a juror sees that Milani post, then they would probably be removed from the jury. Because they followed the account, would they need to be removed? Yes, because it is about the case. If I was a juror on this case, I probably wouldn't be on social media very much. We answered that one. It's too late now. Question, how do they get the audio recording presented in court on speakers? No, they haven't gotten into why they didn't object. We might not know until the end, but they haven't objected to it, and that's why it's coming in. There are parts that are being objected to, but the entire thing's not being objected to. So everyone in the UK, quote Monty Python, whatever the situation. I mean, it's fair. Question, have you seen an attorney object to his own question before? Yes, I have. I've seen attorneys try to stop the answer, like try to put the shit back in the horse and be like, Your Honor. But generally the objection is non-responsive. He didn't like the answer that was coming in. Ben has what is called a cut glass English accent. I live in London. Is that because it's smooth? Are you going to be streaming it? If I can, I will. I don't know if and when Elon's going to be testifying. If I can, I will. Absolutely. So thank you guys for the super chats. I'm going to do 2 more and then I've got to bounce. It is almost 5:30 here and I've got A, kid stuff, and B, packing. Who pays the expenses of witnesses like Ben, transportation, lodging, etc.? Since he wasn't released, he will have to hang out in Virginia till the trial's over. The Johnny Depp's team will pay for him as a witness, I'm sure. Though, I mean, the DA's office would pay for witness lodging sometimes and victim lodging. Sometimes it was pretty rare because everything was within the county, but generally the side that's calling them would pay for that. So thanks for saying STH about people armchair psyching. A diagnosis doesn't make an abuser. Stereotypes make it hard for sick people like me to seek support. And I agree with you, which is we have a lot of new viewers, which I completely understand. And there are certain rules in this room that might not be the rules in every room. And I just want to clarify why sometimes those are my rules and why I think it's important that those are my rules. Because again, it's a safe space and we have to maintain that. And the mods maintain that because I asked them to. The rules here are my rules. Elon is doing it by video, not in person. He could be tomorrow. The judge said she, but also I've been following Court TV on Twitter and they've tend to have the drop on the witness list. I'm sure they're in communication with someone, but they've definitely let us know what's going on. Question on this point, who do you think is winning? I talked about that a little earlier. I think in court of public opinion, Johnny Depp has absolutely come up in the court of public opinion. I think people understand better what happened to him and maybe understand that this isn't just the one-sided thing maybe they thought that it was. I think there's more understanding there. But legally, this is still a hard case. And we're still not there yet. So, yeah. Ben's yay was so wholesome and warmed my heart. Yes, it warmed my heart too. Well, it warmed your height. Did I read that right? No, Mr. Rottenborn, you read it all fucked up. No, I'm teasing. For any woman to make Johnny get to the point where he's given up because that woman has taken everything from him is absolutely deplorable. I mean, for anyone to do that to anyone. So with that, you guys, it is absolutely time to say goodnight. The mods have had a long day. I have had a long day. We will be here when court starts tomorrow for a half day for our regular coffee and cursey words. I normally stream at 11 a.m. Central on Tuesdays, but I'm going to stream earlier so we get through the lunch break on court. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. And I'm very interested in who our remote witness coming in tomorrow is. And after that, while I'm traveling, I'm going to try to catch up on some of the other cases going on. There's new Britney documents, the Kardashian Black China trials going on. I have a new episode of the podcast out for you on Wednesday. The audio podcast is up at The Emily Show. You are welcome to follow me around the interwebs at The Emily D. Baker and over on that Quick Bits channel. Oh, should we go and check how that video is doing? That video is going to hit 1 million views and I'm dying because I've not had a video hit 1 million views. So I'm just like, what? It's at 958,000. That blows my mind, but people are invested in this trial and want to see what happens. And I'm invested here with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. All the links will be in the descriptions. Thanks for riding with me today. A huge thank you to our amazing moderators for holding it down and making this chat the greatest place on the internet to watch legal commentary or anything, because I am a live streamer and this is what I do. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you tomorrow for whatever the fuck happens tomorrow morning. I don't know. We're walking in cold. They're going to call a new witness. It's going to be so exciting. It's like we come in tomorrow morning and we're like, what's on deck, folks? Let's watch. And with that, it is time to say goodbye. Have a great rest of your day wherever this finds you. Bye, everybody.
Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.